Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. People joke about Friday the 13th. They post memes, binge horror movies, make dumb comments about bad luck. For us, it was the night the cops would not let us back into our own house because our babysitter had turned the hallway into something that looked like a crime scene from a war zone. I am not exaggerating when I say that. I have seen the photos. I heard the detective describe, piece by piece, what was left after they pulled the bodies out. But that is not where this story starts. It starts a few hours earlier, with me and my wife arguing quietly in the kitchen of a cheap little duplex, trying to decide if we could afford a plate of half-price wings and a couple drinks. The kind of place you have definitely driven past before. Beige carpet that never looked clean, Walmart plastic bags hanging on a doorknob, baby toys scattered across the living room floor. Our son was watching cartoons in his Spider-Man pajamas. Our baby girl had finally gone down in her crib, the baby monitor on the coffee table hissing that soft, constant static. And on the other end of that static, sitting on our couch with a beer in his hand, was the man we trusted to watch them. He lived in our spare room. He ate our food. He told us he loved kids. The police reports call him our tenant. The news calls him a child killer. We just called him Mark. You are going to hear his name a lot if you stay with this video. By the time we stepped out into the cool night air, laughing about Friday the 13th and bad luck, he was already on his way to finishing his 6th beer. By the time the lights at the bar flickered and came back on, our baby monitor at home had gone silent for a few seconds. And by the time we turned onto our street and saw red and blue lights reflecting off the wet pavement, our hallway, the one I am picturing right now as I talk, didn't look like a hallway anymore. It looked like something you are not supposed to see outside of a war. 1.1. Meatloaf. Fluorescent lights. And his name on my screen. The day I found out he was getting out of prison, I was standing in a company break room, watching my meatloaf explode in a microwave that smelled like burnt popcorn and cheap plastic. It was one of those ugly little rooms you get in warehouses and office parks across the country. Beige walls, gray tile, fluorescent lights humming overhead like a nest of angry insects. A vending machine in the corner with fingerprints on the glass, and 3 rows of snacks that were always temporarily unavailable. A TV bolted high up in the corner, playing a daytime news show no one was actually watching. Some anchor smiling too wide while the closed captions lagged behind. The refrigerator in the corner gave off a low, sick sound every few minutes, like it was trying to clear its throat. Somebody had spilled something inside it weeks ago, milk, maybe, and every time someone opened the door, a faint sour smell rolled out, mixing with coffee, reheated cheese, and whatever chemical cleaner the janitor used on the floors. I was alone, except for 2 guys from shipping leaning against the counter, arguing about baseball and gas prices. They were half watching highlights on their phones, half complaining about how everything cost more now and nobody got a raise. Their voices bounced off the cheap walls, overlapping with the TV, the fridge, the distant whine of a forklift through the door. My lunch sat spinning behind the greasy microwave glass, a leftover slab of meatloaf in a cracked plastic container, sweating grease and ketchup. I stood there, zoning out, staring at it. The little digital numbers on the microwave counted down 0, 37, 0, 36, 0, 35. With each beep from somebody's phone, each laugh from the guys in shipping, each cough from the fridge, I felt myself drifting. Just another lunch break in just another week, in just another year. My phone buzzed on the counter. At first I ignored it. Spam. I figured, a credit card company, or some notification about a sale at a store I never went to. It buzzed again, a little longer this time, inching toward the edge of the laminate. I picked it up without thinking, thumb already swiping before my brain caught up. New email, subject line, victim notification, inmate parole status, update. It didn't even register at first. The words looked official and generic, something that should have been addressed to someone else. My brain skated right over victim like it always does, like that word belongs to other people, the kind of people they interview on the news with their faces blurred. I tapped it open. My eyes landed on the first line. This is an automated notification from the State Department of Corrections regarding the parole status of inmate number 44719. I almost backed out of it right there. It felt like a misfire, like one of those wrong number texts you get meant for someone named Jacob or Mom. I don't know why I kept reading. Maybe it was the way the room suddenly felt smaller, the way the humming light above me sounded just a little too loud. I scrolled down, my thumb leaving a faint grease smear on the screen from where I'd handled the meatloaf container. Inmate number 44719 AK, a Mark Calloway, has been approved for parole. Everything in me stopped. It was like someone slammed a door inside my chest. My hand jerked involuntarily. The plastic container in my other hand slipped, hit the edge of the counter, and went tumbling to the floor. The lid popped off when it hit. Meatloaf, steaming hot, slid out in one slow, sick movement onto the gray tile. It landed with a heavy, wet slap, splattering red ketchup and grease and juice in a messy halo around my work boots. The smell hit me hot meat, sugary ketchup, and underneath it all, sharp and clean, the chemical tang of the bleach they used on the floors. For a second, I wasn't in a break room anymore. I was standing in my old hallway, 20-something years earlier, staring at something dark and thick on the laminate. Jit. You okay? Man, one of the guys from shipping asked. His voice sounded far away, like it was coming through a wall. I'm fine, I said automatically, though my throat felt tight. I just dropped it. Behind us. The microwave beeped. It didn't stop after the first beep, either. It kept going beep, beep, beep. A shrill, insistent alarm until I turned, stepped over my own lunch, and jabbed the door open. The sound cut off, but the echo of it stayed, ringing in my ears exactly like the old baby monitor used to do when it lost connection and shrieked in the middle of the night. The fridge compressor kicked on with a low, grinding rumble. One of the fluorescent bulbs overhead flickered, buzzing louder for a moment, before settling back into its regular poison-white glow. The TV in the corner switched segments, and some canned audience laughter spilled out into the room. Every sound layered on top of the last, until it felt like the entire break room was hissing at me. My phone screen was still open in my hand. I forced myself to look away from the mess on the tile and read the rest of the sentence. Has been approved for parole following a successful hearing on date. The expected release date is date. As a registered victim in this case, you have the right to submit a statement. The words started to blur. I blinked hard, swallowed, and read it again. Inmate number 44719 AK. Mark Calloway. I had not seen his name written next to mine in over 30 years. Back then, it was on court documents, on police forms, on manila folders laid out on cold metal tables. Back then, my name was always right there beside his state versus Calloway. Victim, my full name. Over the years, I learned to stop thinking about him as a person with a name and start thinking about him as a closed chapter, a bad dream with a number attached to it. But there it was, black and blue on the tiny screen in my hand, glowing under the fluorescent lights. Mark Calloway, the man who lived in our spare room, the man who babysat my kids, the man who killed them. I don't know how long I stood there like that, phone in my left hand, meatloaf cooling around my boots. Long enough for one of the shipping guys to make a joke and then trail off when I didn't respond. Long enough for someone to open the refrigerator and curse about the smell again. Long enough for the TV in the corner to cut to a commercial for some cheerful household cleaner that gets blood out of anything. And I almost laughed because the timing was that bad. "Hey, you sure you're okay?" the other guy asked. "You look like you saw a ghost or something." "I'm fine," I repeated, but my voice didn't sound like mine. I crouched down automatically, grabbed a fistful of brown paper towels from the dispenser, and started wiping up the mess. The meatloaf smeared instead of lifting, red and brown streaks across the gray tile. I pressed harder than I needed to, my knuckles whitening around the wad of paper, until my fingers started to shake. Grease soaked through the towels and onto my skin. The ketchup looked darker on the floor than it had on my plate, almost brown, almost black. I felt the room warp a little, the fluorescent buzzing, the TV chatter, the faint click of someone's spoon against a ceramic mug, everything crowded in, too loud and too close. Underneath it all, like a track nobody else could hear, there was that soft, familiar noise I hadn't let myself think about in years. A thin, high hiss, like a cheap plastic speaker picking up static. Like a baby monitor in the next room. My thumb tightened around the phone. I felt the edges of the case dig into my palm. I forced myself to stand up, drop the wadded paper towels into the trash, and glance around the room like nothing was wrong. No one else seemed to notice anything strange. The guys from shipping had already gone back to arguing about some trade the team made last season. Someone walked in, punched the vending machine, and cursed when the bag of chips got stuck halfway down. But I could hear it, clear as if it were just over my shoulder. That faint, white hiss, a breath in the wires, a tiny, broken voice on the edge of being heard. I swallowed and looked back at the email. "If you wish to submit a statement regarding the inmate's release, you may do so by contacting." My eyes slid past the contact information, the deadlines, the bland language about my rights as a victim. The screen blurred again, for a second. Mark's name seemed to float alone there, unmoored from the rest of the words, like it had been waiting all this time in some dark server, just to pop up on my lunch break and remind me that nothing was really over. I locked the phone without finishing the email. It didn't matter what else it said. The important part was already lodged in my chest like a splinter he was getting out. The man who turned our hallway into something the crime scene techs still talk about was going to walk under the same kind of fluorescent lights I was standing under now. Breathe the same air as regular people again. I'd always told myself I didn't care what happened to him in there. That prison was a separate world, sealed off from mine. That his life had gone on in a straight line that ended behind gray walls and razor wire, while mine limped along on the outside. The truth was uglier. I had built an entire fragile piece on the assumption that he would stay locked up forever. And now, with one email, someone I'd never met had hit send and knocked the legs out from under it. I'd like to tell you that this was the moment everything started again. That the email was the trigger. That I opened that message and some door in my life swung wide and let the dark in. But that would be lying. The email didn't start anything. All it did was give a name and a date to what had already begun weeks earlier. I'd been hearing things in my house, little sounds at first, nothing you could take to a doctor or a cop without sounding insane. 3 soft knocks on the bedroom wall at 2 in the morning, spaced just far enough apart to make me hold my breath between them. A dragging noise along the hallway, like bare feet shuffling or something heavy being pulled across laminate that wasn't there. One night, I'd woken up because I swore I heard a baby hiccup in the dark. Not a generic baby sound, not something from a TV in another apartment. The exact hiccuping little almost laugh my daughter used to make right before she cried for real. The one I hadn't heard in over 3 decades. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my heart pounding, listening to my own empty house breathe. So when you picture me in that break room, grease on my hands and bleach in my nose, frozen in front of an email about inmate number 44719, understand this by the time the state told me he might be coming back out. Something else had already come back. The sounds had beaten him home. 1.2. The house I chose to grow old in, and why it never feels quiet after work. The drive home is muscle memory. I could do it half asleep, and some nights I probably have. Same 4 turns, same pothole near the intersection that rattles the steering wheel, same faded billboard advertising injury lawyers with perfect teeth. The neighborhood I live in now is the kind people describe as quiet when they are trying to sell you on it. Little 1-story houses lined up in uneven rows, mailboxes leaning at tired angles, lawns that started out hopeful and gave up somewhere around the 2nd summer. My place is near the end of the street, a single-story ranch with beige vinyl siding and a roof that probably needs replacing. The driveway is narrow, just big enough for my truck if I pull all the way up. The mailbox leans toward the street like it is trying to listen to traffic. The grass on either side grows in patchy, stubborn clumps, more brown than green most of the year. The porch light is one of those motion sensor ones. It flickers on as I pull in, catching dust and bugs in its cone. For a second, the house looks almost warm, almost inviting. Then the light steadies, and it goes back to looking like what it is, a cheap little box someone once meant to be temporary. I used to tell myself I chose this house to grow old in. It was affordable. 1 floor. No stairs for bad knees later. Close enough to a decent grocery store. Far enough from the main road that you don't hear sirens every night. It checked all the boring adult boxes. What I leave out is that I also chose it because it is nothing like the duplex. No shared walls, no basement, no beige carpet. Inside, it smells like old coffee and dust and whatever I had for dinner the night before. The living room is dominated by a TV that is too big for the space, perched on a cheap stand. It is almost always on something late-night reruns, documentaries, those true crime shows narrated in the same flat voice. Not because I care what is playing, but because I do not like the sound of the house when it is truly silent. The couch is old, the cushions sagging in the middle where I sit the most. There is a coffee table in front of it, scarred with rings from beer bottles and chipped at one corner from where I once bumped it too hard hauling in a box. A lamp with a crooked shade leans in the corner, wired into an outlet with a plate that does not quite sit flush against the wall. There are no toys on the floor, no framed school pictures on the walls, no baby gates, no stray crayons, no tiny socks hiding under the couch. Just me, my furniture, and whatever I do not throw away fast enough. Hannah does not live here. She never did. Our marriage did not make it far past the funerals and the trial and the long, quiet months after. Grief does that sometimes. It doesn't explode so much as seep, soaking into everything until the things you used to share start to mold and fall apart. We tried, at first, therapy, new routines, scheduled date nights that felt like bad improv. Eventually, we just ran out of things to say that were not about what we had lost. She moved out of state a long time ago. We talk twice a year now, on automatic holidays. Voices careful, skirting the landmines. Emma, our youngest, the one who survived, grew up, packed up, and moved into her own life. An apartment with friends, a job that keeps her busy. She sends me texts, photos sometimes, but I do not tell her everything either. Some things you do not put in a message that can be screenshot and saved by someone else. So it is just me in this house, me and the TV, and the sounds the place makes when it thinks no one is listening. The night I got the parole email, I came home later than usual. I parked in the narrow driveway, watched the porch light stutter on, and sat there for a minute in the cab of the truck, the engine ticking as it cooled. The email was still on my phone, waiting. I could feel it even with the screen dark, like a hot coal in my pocket, inside. I dropped my keys in the dish by the door, kicked off my boots, and went through the motions. TV on louder than normal. Channel didn't matter. News, sitcom, some guy yelling about selling houses. I grabbed a beer from the fridge, twisted the cap off, and left it on the counter. The bottle sweated in my hand as I sank down onto the couch, on the TV. People laughed at something canned and stupid. The studio audience roared. The laugh track was a little too sharp, a little too artificial. It grated on me, but I left it up. Better their fake laughter than the other thing. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, right where I had dropped it the second I walked in. I kept glancing at it anyway. I took a long drink of beer. The cold slid down into my empty stomach and sat there, heavy. I told myself I was just tired, that the email was a formality, that he was still behind walls right now, and that maybe, somehow, the parole board would change its mind, or there would be an appeal, or he would get sick and die before the release date. On the screen, the show cut to commercial. The volume dipped slightly for a second, like the TV was taking a breath. That was when I heard it. A tiny, precise tick from the far corner of the room. It was so soft that at first I thought I imagined it. A paint chip settling. Maybe. A cooling pop from the TV housing. Houses talk. That is what people say. They settle and creak and sigh. I waited. 3, maybe 4 seconds. Tick. Same spot. Same volume. Like someone flicking a fingernail against the baseboard. I frowned and leaned forward a little, straining my ears without meaning to. On the TV, some voice droned about car insurance, but it felt like it was a mile away. The house had shifted into a different focus. There it was again. Tick. Not random this time. Rhythmic. Patient. I told myself it was a bug. A beetle or something in the wall. Or pipes. Pipes always make weird noises at the worst times. Then there was a new sound. Layered under the ticking. A faint, dry scritch. Like fingernails dragging lightly along the baseboard. Not enough pressure to scrape the paint. Just enough to announce themselves. Something crawled through the back of my mind. Cold and familiar. I picked up the remote and turned the TV up another bar. The laugh track came back, swelling over the commercial, and I knew the show had returned. People on screen were moving their mouths, smiling. I could not hear what they were saying. All I could hear was the hiss from the speakers, and beneath it, the pattern inside the wall. Tick, scritch, pause, tick. I swallowed. Tasted stale beer and something metallic. My heart was beating faster than the situation deserved. This was stupid. It was just an old house making old house noises on a bad day. If I called anyone and described it, they would tell me to call an exterminator or a plumber, not a priest. So I sat there and watched the TV without absorbing a single thing. The sound turned up just enough to drown out most of the room, without completely swallowing it. You do not realize how carefully you listen to your own house until you are afraid of what you might hear. Here is the part that matters. It was not the first time. Not in this house, not in the one before, not in the apartment before that. After we left the duplex where the murders happened, I told myself a new place would mean new sounds, new routines, a clean slate. We moved into a second-story apartment over a laundromat first. The machines downstairs thumped and roared until midnight. And I thought, maybe this is good. Maybe if it is never quiet. My brain cannot replay anything. I still woke up some nights to hear footsteps pacing in the unit above ours, even when I knew no one lived there yet. Slow, dragging steps from one end of the ceiling to the other. Stop, turn, repeat. And under the whine of the washers, I would swear I heard a baby shifting, a little hitch of breath like someone trying not to cry. We moved from there to a different place, a little rental on the edge of town, no laundromat, no upstairs neighbor, just a thin stretch of woods out back and a highway in the distance. I remember the first night, lying in bed, thinking, this is better. Wind in the trees, cars far away, maybe a dog barking once in a while. Then at 2 a.m, clear as anything, I heard 3 soft knocks on the wall behind my headboard. Knock, 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 not loud, not angry, just measured, right at the height where a child's head would be if they were standing there in the dark. Leaning forward, I turned on the lamp and stared at that stretch of painted drywall so long my eyes burned. Nothing moved, no cracks, no pipes, no knock again. Different house, same pattern. In every place I tried to put my life back together. There came a night when something in the walls started mimicking the worst sounds from my memory. Footsteps in empty rooms, a giggle that made the back of my neck prickle, the thin, electric whistle of a baby monitor kicking on in a room without a crib. The therapist I saw for a while had a word for it. Hypervigilance, PTSD, the brain, stuck in a loop, scanning for threats and turning every creak into a gunshot, every drip into a bloodstain. He meant well. He had that kind of calm face that makes you feel self-conscious when you confess what keeps you up at night. It makes sense that your nervous system is on edge, he said. More than once. Your body is reminding you of a time when you were not safe, but you are safe now. These are just sounds. I nodded when he said it. I almost believed him sometimes. In that quiet room with the sound machine humming, the air smelled like peppermint tea and carpet cleaner. It is harder to believe when you are alone at home. Lights off, house holding its breath, and something taps 3 times on the wall above your bed. Harder still when you realize there is a pattern to when it gets worse. I did not want to notice it at first. I brushed it off as coincidence, brain tricks, confirmation bias. But year after year, it lined up. The knocks, the scraping, the phantom cries, they all spiked around the same date. Every time a Friday the 13th rolled around, no matter the month. The house around me seemed to lean in and listen to itself. The noises got sharper. The silence in between got heavier. People joke about Friday the 13th. They wear the shirts, post the memes, stream the movies. For me, it is a calendar warning that the nights ahead are going to be long, and the walls are going to be busy. That night, with the parole email still burned into my retinas, I turned the TV off completely at some point, without even realizing I was doing it. 1 second, there was canned laughter. The next, there was nothing but the whir of the ceiling fan and the faint, high whine of electronics settling. The tick in the corner of the room had stopped. I let out a breath I did not know I was holding. Then, from the hallway just outside the living room, came 3 soft knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Exactly spaced. Exactly the way I remembered them from a different house. A different life. Right at the height of a child's head. I did not move. My eyes fixed on the dark rectangle of the hallway entrance, the way the shadows piled up there, thick and close together. I slept with the lamp on that night, sitting up on the couch, the TV muted, pretending to watch the pictures move. The next morning, exhausted and shaky, I did something I had told myself I would never do. I decided to record it. I dug my phone out, opened the voice memo app, and set it face down on the hallway floor before I went to bed. No fancy setup, no tripod, just a black rectangle on scuffed laminate, red light glowing softly to say it was listening. I did that for a week, most mornings. I played the recordings back while I drank my coffee. Hours of nothing. The hiss of air through vents, the occasional rumble of the fridge, the distant whoosh of a car passing outside. White noise, house noise, safe noise. On the 5th night, something else slipped in. It was barely there. Just a tiny bump in the waveform, a slight thickening of the line around 3 in the morning. I almost missed it, but my thumb slipped when I was scrubbing through, and the playback jumped back a few seconds. The hiss from the phone's microphone filled my kitchen. Underneath it, faint, was a familiar electric buzz, not from my appliances, from something older, cruder, a baby monitor. There was no baby in my house, no monitor, no crib, no reason. And then, buried in that static, distorted and thin like it had traveled a long way through cheap plastic and bad wiring, a voice whispered, "You don't understand how loud it is." My coffee went cold in my hand. The words were warped by interference, but I knew the cadence, the way the syllables dragged, the roughness on loud. He had said that in my basement once, with blood on his hands. Now I was hearing it in my hallway, through a device I never bought, in a house he had never stepped inside. 1.3. Why I am sending this to a stranger on the internet right now. As I type this, I am sitting at the same kitchen table where I pay my bills and eat my dinner out of microwaved plastic. The wood is scarred with old knife marks and coffee stains, and the laminate along the edge has started to peel up where my forearms rest. My laptop is an old, heavy thing with a fan that runs too loud and a missing keycap on the end. The screen has a faint crack in the corner like a spider web frozen in glass. The email window is open, cursor blinking and a blank message addressed to a person whose real name I do not know. At a channel name that sounds almost like a joke if you say it out loud. Behind me, the refrigerator hums steadily, the motor cycling up and down like it is breathing through a bad chest cold. On the wall above the doorway hangs a cheap clock from Walmart. White face, black numbers, plastic cover. It ticks loud in the quiet, too loud for something that cost under $10. Each tick feels like it is pushing me forward, counting down to the moment I will either close this laptop and pretend nothing is wrong, or hit send and drag someone else's ears into this mess. I could take this back to the police, I guess. Some of them even remember me. The detective who worked our case retired years ago, but there are younger ones who know the story secondhand, who've read the file and seen the photos in training. I can picture the look they would give me if I walked into the station with my phone and my recordings in my shaking hands, telling them about knocks on the wall and voices in static from devices that are not plugged in. They have already heard everything I had to say that mattered to them. My testimony, my timeline, my answers to their questions they had to ask. Did you ever see him lose his temper? How much did he drink that night? Why did you leave your children with him? They wrote it all down, put it into transcripts that live in boxes somewhere. As far as the state is concerned, that part of me is complete. The therapist heard a different version. He got the softer edit. He sat in his padded chair in that quiet office with tasteful art on the walls, nodding while I tried to explain what it is like to walk into a room where your children are supposed to be and be told you can't go any farther because there are things you don't need to see. He heard about the nightmares, the panic attacks, the way I startle at dropped dishes and slamming doors. He heard how, sometimes, I can't bring myself to walk down a hallway in the dark without flicking on every light as I go, like breadcrumbs of brightness. He did not get the part where, some nights, I stand in the middle of this house holding my breath because I am afraid that if I inhale too loudly, I will miss the sound of someone else's breathing in the walls. That is not the kind of thing you tell someone whose job it is to categorize your symptoms and suggest coping strategies. He is there to help me live with what happened, not to tell me if what is happening now is real. You, on the other hand, you're built for this. Whoever runs your channel, they read emails like mine for a living, or something close to it. You, listening to this, lying in your bed or driving your car, or sitting at your own kitchen table, you choose to hear about the worst nights of other people's lives. You let strangers pour their fear into your ears, and you call it entertainment. I don't mean that as an insult. It's a particular kind of hunger. You're curious about the dark. So am I. I don't trust people who aren't. You do not know what I look like. You don't know my last name, or what state I'm in, or whether I am telling you this from a house on a quiet cul-de-sac, or from a motel off a highway. If this story gets read on your channel, there will probably be stock photos and creepy music and maybe a thumbnail with some exaggerated title, but you might still recognize the feeling I am trying to describe those hours between 2 and 3 in the morning, when your house has gone dead still and suddenly every pop and creak and sigh feels like it might be a footstep, a breath, a hand on the other side of the wall. That is why I am writing to you instead of making another appointment with a middle-aged man who smells like coffee and tells me my nervous system is hyper-aroused. I should probably tell you who I am in a way that matters. I am not a ghost hunter. I do not own a Ouija board or crystals. I don't burn sage. I never believed in cursed objects or haunted houses or vengeful spirits. When I was younger, Friday the 13th was a punchline and an excuse for horror movie marathons and drink specials at bars. I wore a cheap hockey mask one year as part of a costume and scraped fake blood off my hands in the diner bathroom by the end of the night. I grew up in a part of the Midwest that you've probably driven through and forgotten. Late 90s, early 2000s. We had discount stores and chain restaurants and church bells on Sundays. Kids rode their bikes in loops around the same block until dark. and adults stood in driveways talking about mortgage rates and the weather. We were not special. We were not cursed. We were just there. That is where and when this started. Now it is decades later. My hair has gone more gray than brown. My beard, when I do not bother to shave, comes in white around my jaw. My hands shake a little when I hold them out straight. I make old man sounds when I get up from the couch without meaning to. Time has done what it always does to bodies. But the sounds from that house have not aged a day. The knock at child height on the wall, the frantic thud of something soft hitting drywall, the wet hitch in a baby's breath right before the scream. They still sound as sharp and fresh in my head as the night they first happened, sometimes sharper. And now, in this house, the one with the sagging couch and the too bright TV and the leaning mailbox, those sounds are starting to show up where they have no business being. On recordings, in the quiet, hiding under the hum of the fridge. I have spent years telling myself I bear a certain amount of blame for what happened to my kids. I am the one who said yes when he asked if he could move in. I am the one who thought having another adult around would be a blessing instead of a risk. I am the one who looked at an open oven door, at his hands on my infant daughter's leg, and laughed it off. I am the one who left them with him that night. People like to comfort you by saying things like, "You couldn't have known," or "It's not your fault," and I understand that. Logically, I did not swing the hammer. I did not make the choice. But there is a version of events where I didn't leave, where I canceled the date, where I listened to the little animal in my chest that was already starting to pace when I saw his second beer on the counter. And in that version, my kids get to grow up. That version never happened. I am stuck with this one. So if there is guilt in the way I hear every sound in this house, yes. If there is self-hatred in the way I jump at every knock, absolutely. If some part of my brain is inventing the voices now because it cannot forgive me, that is entirely possible. I am not going to sit here and tell you that what I am hearing is definitely paranormal. I do not know that. I am not sure I even want it to be true. Because the alternative is that whatever did this isn't bound by prison walls or court sentences. It is just moving. What I can tell you is this: I am going to try to tell this story in the only way I still trust. Not as a report. Not as a neat, linear narrative with the dates lined up like bullets on a PowerPoint slide. Not the way the newspapers did, with headlines that made him sound like a monster from a Halloween special, and my children like tragic supporting characters. I am going to tell you what I remember, in the order my brain insists on replaying it. It will be messy. Some details might be off. I might get the color of a shirt wrong, or the exact time by a few minutes. Trauma warps clocks. Fear smears things at the edges. But I will not soften it for you. If you are going to listen to me talk about the worst night of my life from the comfort of your car, or your bed, or your kitchen, the least I can do is make sure you hear it the way I lived it. In a minute, I am going to move backward in time. I am going to take you to the duplex with the beige carpet and the cheap couch, to the night my wife and I argued about spending money we didn't have on wings and beer, to the moment we walked back up our driveway and saw the lights. But first, I have to close this chapter, because my hands are starting to hurt from hovering over the keys, and there is a sound in the hallway that is making it hard to focus. I look at the words I have typed so far. The email client auto-saves as I go, but I still hit the button manually, out of habit. Old man superstition. I scroll up. then back down. Then write the last 2 lines of this opening section. The ones that have been sitting in my head for years without a place to go. I used to think the worst thing he left in that house was blood. I was wrong. It was the way the house sounded after. My finger hovers over the trackpad for a second, then drops. I click save. As the little spinning icon on the screen does its thing, the refrigerator behind me cuts off mid-hum. The house exhales into a sudden, startling quiet. In that thin slice of silence, from the dark mouth of the hallway, I hear it. A tiny, wet, shaky inhale. The sound a baby makes in the split second before it starts to cry. There are no children in my house. The clock on the wall ticks once, loudly. I don't turn around. 2.1. The duplex with the beige carpet, before there were cops in my yard and tape on my porch, before the news vans and the courtroom and the parole emails. There was just the duplex. It was the kind of place you drive past without seeing. A low, tired building at the end of a short street. Split clean down the middle, our side and the neighbor's side. Mirror images with different junk out front. The siding used to be white, probably. But by the time we got there, it had gone that tired gray every cheap vinyl turns, when the sun has had its way with it for a few decades. In the summer, it chalked off on your fingers if you brushed against it. In the winter, it looked like old bones. 2 dented trash cans lived permanently at the curb. They were never quite where they were supposed to be. Some nights the wind would roll one halfway down the block, and we'd wake up to the squeal of someone dragging it back across the broken asphalt. The lid clattering like a loose cymbal. The front steps were 3 warped boards nailed together by some previous tenant with more enthusiasm than skill. Every time you went up or down, they announced you to the world with a long, complaining creak, followed by a soft crunch of grit under your shoes. I used to think of it as the duplex's throat clearing. Inside, right past the front door. The first thing you saw was the carpet. It was beige in the way old chewing gum is beige. Some landlord somewhere had probably chosen it off a clearance rack, thinking it would hide dirt. And technically it did. In the way that a dirty windshield hides the view. No matter how many times Hannah vacuumed it, it always looked like it had a thin layer of someone else's life ground into it. There were faint, darker paths where people had walked the most from the door to the couch, from the couch to the hallway, from the hallway to the kitchen. Beneath that carpet, under the padding and the staples and the splinters of tack strip, was the cheap subfloor and concrete that would one day drink so much blood it would take a team in white suits to scrub it out. But we did not know that then. Back then. It was just the place we managed to afford, when we were too young and too broke and too in love to understand how bad an idea that was. I worked nights at the Walmart off Route 7, the kind that never really closes. I wore a blue vest with a name tag and spent 10 hours a shift pushing pallets down fluorescent aisles, stocking shelves with cereal and cat food and seasonal trash. Sometimes I'd pick up a few hours at the Kroger across town, unloading trucks in the frozen section. I can still feel that particular kind of cold, the way it crawls into your fingers and toes and sets up house, even after you're back in the regular air. Hannah worked days, mostly, at a diner off the highway. The kind of place with a peeling sign and a neon open 24 hours in the window that only told the truth about half the time. When you walked in, the smell hit you first, fryer grease and burned coffee and cigarettes soaked into the vinyl booths from back when people could still smoke inside. There was a jukebox in the corner that mostly played the same 5 country songs and old rock ballads. Hannah used to come home with that smell in her hair and her fingers raw from carrying too many plates at once. Money was always tight in a way that made your shoulders tense without you realizing it. The electric bill was always late. The credit cards were always maxed. The landlord, a man with a permanent squint and a belly that strained his work shirt, had a special knock for when he wanted rent. 3 hard, impatient raps that echoed through the whole place, followed by his voice saying my name in a way that made it sound like a problem he was tired of dealing with. We weren't poor, not the way some people are, but we were always one bad week away from something getting shut off. Light. Water. Heat, those words felt less like utilities and more like conditions. And then Tyler came along. He was born in late summer, in a hospital that smelled like antiseptic and old air conditioning. I remember the drive home more clearly than the birth, the way Hannah cradled him in the back seat, even though he was strapped into the car seat. As if the laws of physics might forget to apply to us. The way the sky outside the windshield looked too bright, too clean, like the world had been scrubbed while we were inside. At home, he became the center of gravity in our little duplex almost overnight. We bathed him in the kitchen sink with cheap lavender baby shampoo, the kind that came in a yellow bottle and promised no tears. His hair always smelled like that for the first year, lavender, and some vague chemical sweetness, so the whole house did too. I can still smell it if I close my eyes long enough. Sometimes I wish I couldn't. He liked to run once he learned how. Bare feet slapping on the strip of laminate in the kitchen, then muffled as he hit the beige carpet, then louder again when he'd skid into the little square of linoleum by the front door. His laugh would bounce off the low ceiling, a high, sudden sound that made all the other noise in the world feel background and harmless. We had this old TV we bought secondhand from a guy at work, big and heavy, with a glass screen, the kind that hummed when you turned it on, Saturday mornings. I'd come home from the night shift and collapse on the couch, and Tyler would clamber up beside me in his 2 big pajamas, smelling like sleep, his hair sticking up. We'd watch whatever cartoon came in clearest through the cheap antenna blurry heroes moving through snow of static, and he would giggle in all the wrong places. Those were the sounds of that life, his laugh. Hannah singing along under her breath to a song only half heard while she did dishes. The microwave beeping. The clatter of forks in the sink. Outside. The street had its own soundtrack. You'd hear delivery trucks downshift as they turned off the main road. Engines growling low, then rising again as they caught the incline. Old pickup trucks with loud mufflers coming home late. Sometimes, in winter, the rumble of the snowplow would shake the glass in the front window. The neighbors on the other side of the duplex fought a lot. Their arguments leaked through the shared wall in bursts, a woman's voice sharp and fast, a man's deeper and slower. The occasional crash of something thrown. Their words blurred into noise, most of the time angry syllables without content. But the rhythm of it became oddly familiar. On nights when they didn't fight, the quiet from that side felt wrong. The air conditioner in the window rattled when it kicked on, emitting a high-pitched whine that made the TV flicker. The freezer in the kitchen had an ice maker that would clunk to life at the worst moments to a 3:30, dropping fresh cubes into the tray with a sudden crack that could yank you right out of sleep. Back then, if it woke me, I'd roll over, sigh, and go back to dreaming. There was always some kind of noise, the hum of other people's lives pressing against our thin walls. It was annoying sometimes. It made it hard to fall asleep after certain shifts, especially when the neighbor's kid downstairs decided the hallway was his personal racetrack. But it was also comforting in a way. Evidence that we weren't alone, that the world was continuing outside our door, messy and loud and alive, If you had pulled me aside in those days and asked if I lived in a quiet neighborhood, I might have laughed. Quiet was not a word I used for anything. When I think back on it now, though, what hits me hardest isn't the volume. It's the innocence of the way I heard it. How every sound was just itself. A slammed door was just a slammed door, not someone losing control. Heavy steps in the hallway late at night were just somebody coming home from a late shift. A baby crying through the wall or out on the street was just a baby crying. There was one night that sticks with me more than it should have. Now, I had a rare night off from Walmart. Hannah was on the late shift at the diner. Tyler had finally gone down after a full hour of fighting sleep, his little body going ragdoll heavy in my arms as I carried him to bed. The duplex felt weirdly big without his voice bouncing around. I was on the couch, half watching some late movie on TV with the volume low. The kind of thing where you don't need to see all of it. You just need light and noise. The AC was humming, ice maker quiet for once. Then, from the other side of the duplex, through the shared wall, I heard it. A baby crying. Not a small, that fussy cry, either. A full-throated, all-in scream. The kind that cuts through drywall and plaster and whatever insulation they bothered to put between us. It was thin at first, then rose and rose until it was the only thing in the room. I tried to ignore it, turned the TV up a little, shifted on the couch, stared harder at the flickering screen. It kept going. High, endless, with that hitch in the middle where you can hear the kid run out of breath and grab more. I checked on Tyler, still sleeping, small and curled, one hand next to his mouth. Our baby, the one who would come later, wasn't born yet. This wasn't my problem, I told myself. The crying kept on. No footsteps, no muffled, comforting voices, no doors opening, just that relentless, raw sound sawing away at the wall. Somewhere between the 10th and the 20th minute, something in me snapped. I got up, walked over to the shared wall in the hallway, balled my hand into a fist, and slammed it against the plaster 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Enough, I shouted, loud enough that my own voice surprised me. Come on. The crying on the other side stuttered, then cut off, as if someone had pressed mute for a second. The silence rang. My knuckles stung. The wall, solid and dumb, had taken the complaint and given nothing back. I stood there, hand against the paint, pulse pounding, skin hot with the embarrassment of having lost my temper at a sound. What was I expecting? That the baby would apologize, that the parents, whoever they were, would send me a thank you card. Tyler stirred in his bed and let out a soft sigh. The AC unit in the window hiccuped and rattled. Shifting gears, I remember lowering my hand, feeling foolish and mean, whispering into the quiet, "It's just a baby." I went back to the couch, turned the TV down again, and tried to forget about it. Later, years later, after the night everything changed, after the trial, after the reporters, after the pictures. I can't unsee my brain would drag that moment back up like a bone from deep water. The sound of my own fist on the wall, the anger in my throat, the way the crying stopped dead. It is a small thing, in the grand scheme of what came next. But when I think about the man who would move into our spare room, about the way he would one day stand in our hallway and say, "You don't understand how loud it is," I cannot help but remember that night when I was just another tired adult, annoyed by a crying baby on the other sinos of the wall. and I cannot help but wonder if, even then, the house was listening. 2.2. Letting him in. I met Mark in the break room at Walmart before he ever set foot in our house. This was back when I was still on nights, still young enough that my back did not hurt every time I bent to pick something up. I was sitting at one of those plastic tables with metal legs, eating a ham sandwich that had more bread than meat, when my coworker Dave walked in with someone trailing behind him. "Hey," Dave said, tossing his keys on the table. "You still looking for a roommate? Guy I told you about is here." I looked up. The first impression I had of Mark was that he looked like someone who had not slept in a while, and not because he'd been up doing anything fun. He was tall but slouched, all elbows and angles under a faded army green jacket that had seen better days. His hair was the color of dishwater and hung too long over his forehead in strings, like he kept meaning to get it cut and forgetting. He had dark circles under his eyes that were more like shadows than bruises. When he smiled, it was crooked, one corner of his mouth pulling higher than the other, like a picture slightly hung wrong. It wasn't an unfriendly smile, just off. "Mark," Dave said, hooking a thumb over his shoulder. "This is the guy I told you about. Between things right now. Good worker. Needs a place to crash. You said you had that extra room." "Right between things," Mark repeated, like he was testing out the phrase. His voice was rough, but not in a threatening way, more like he'd been yelling at a game or talking over loud music for years. That's one way to put it. I wiped my hand on a napkin and stood up to shake his. His grip was firm and a little too eager, like he had something to prove. "What kind of things?" I asked, trying to keep it casual. He shrugged one shoulder, looking off to the side for a second, before meeting my eyes again. "Got kicked out of my folks' place," he said. "Didn't work out with the National Guard. Tried a job in construction. That went sideways. Just, between trying to get steady. I'm working here now. I can pay you something." He said it like he'd rehearsed it. There was no self-pity in it, just a flat honesty that made it sound reasonable instead of alarming. Later, I would find out more that didn't work out with the National Guard meant he washed out in basic. That got kicked out meant his father physically put his bags on the porch and changed the locks. That job in construction went sideways meant he'd been caught drinking on site. At the time, all of that was compressed into those two words, between things. We were between things too, between bills and paychecks, between groceries and the next we're out of everything argument, between being a young couple with bad furniture and being parents who needed every spare dollar for diapers and formula. "How much can you pay?" I asked. He named a number that was not much, but was more than zero. "I can help with the electric too," he added quickly. "I don't need much. Just a bed, shower, place to keep my stuff. And I'm good with kids. Can babysit if you ever need a night out." That last part was what hooked me. At that point, Tyler was a little over 2, energetic, loud, into everything. Hannah was running herself ragged between the diner shifts and being home with him. I was sleeping in chunks around my schedule, half functional at best. We could use help with rent, I admitted, and the electric is killing us. "I don't take up much space," he said. "I'll stay out of your way." You always think, later, that you could have said no, that there was something in the way he stood, or the way his eyes moved, that should have tipped you off. Truth is, in that moment, what I saw was someone who needed a break and sounded grateful for it. Someone a few bad choices ahead of where I was. I told him I'd talk to Hannah. She was skeptical at first. We were sitting at the kitchen table that night, the duplex lit by the yellow glare of the overhead light. Tyler asleep in the other room with his door half open. A roommate, she said, stirring sugar into her coffee. We barely know this guy. We'll know where he is. I said, here, not on our couch for free, like your brother. He'll pay rent. He'll help with the bills. He works with Dave. Dave says he shows up. Dave also thinks Mountain Dew is a food group, she muttered. But there was a crease between her eyebrows that softened a little when I mentioned the other part. He said he's good with kids, I added. He offered to babysit, for free, or in exchange for, I don't know. We could actually go out once in a while. She took a long sip of coffee and stared at the wall for a moment, listening to the faint whoosh of traffic on the main road. We'd have to lay down rules, she said finally. No bringing people over. No weird stuff. No, drinking around Tyler. Of course, I said, and believed it when I said it. Mark moved in 2 weeks later. He arrived with 2 trash bags of clothes, a duffel that rattled like it had bottles in it, and a cardboard box of miscellaneous junk, a couple of old DVDs, some worn paperbacks, an ashtray shaped like a skull. His bed was a mattress Hannah's cousin had left behind when she relocated. We set it up in the small room at the back of the duplex, the one that had been a catch-all for laundry and boxes. The first night, he stood awkwardly in the doorway of the living room while Tyler watched cartoons, his hands stuffed into the pockets of his jacket. Hey, little man, Mark said. What you watching, Cars? Tyler said, even though it wasn't. Every animated thing was Cars to him for a while. He didn't look away from the screen. You like Cars? Mark dropped down onto the beige carpet without waiting for an invitation, joints cracking as he folded his long legs under him. Me too. He reached into his duffel and pulled out a little metal toy car, more beat up than Tyler's plastic ones, but more detailed. He set it on the carpet and flicked it with his finger so it rolled in a lazy circle. Tyler's head turned. You want to try? Mark asked, pushing the car toward him. Within 10 minutes, they were both on the floor, facing each other, driving the car back and forth between them. Mark made engine noises, low and rumbling, then high and sputtering. Tyler copied him, adding his own shrieks and giggles. Hannah watched from the kitchen doorway, dish rag in her hand, a strange mixture of suspicion and relief in her eyes. He's good with him, she said to me quietly later that night, when we were in our bedroom getting ready for bed. Better than your brother ever was. See, I said, might not be so bad. For a while. It wasn't. Mark worked shifts at Walmart with me. He paid rent in cash, folded and slightly damp from his palm. He washed his own dishes most of the time. He smoked on the back step with the door cracked so he could hear if Tyler woke up. He bought Tyler a hot chocolate once when he went with me to pick up a paycheck, and our kid looked at him like he'd hung the moon. There were red flags, I guess. Little things. But at the time, they just looked like quirks. One night, I came home early from a shift that got cut short for inventory reasons. It was just before 9. The sky outside was still holding a little light, that deep blue-black that makes street lamps look like holes punched in paper. I walked up the creaking steps, opened the front door, and heard laughter before I saw anything. Tyler's giggle, high and wild, and underneath it, Mark's deeper laugh, breathy and loud. I stepped into the living room. Mark had Tyler on his shoulders, holding the boy's ankles in his hands. He was running in circles around the coffee table, their reflection flickering in the TV screen, which was on but muted. Every time he passed the hallway, he half jumped so that Tyler's hand brushed the low ceiling. Again, Tyler yelled, his voice breaking with joy. "Hang on, little man. You're gonna touch the moon," Mark said, turning too fast and nearly clipping the arm of the couch with his hip. As I watched, he veered a little too close to the wall. Tyler's back swung out and hit the drywall with a soft, muffled thud. It wasn't a full-on slam, not hard enough to leave a dent, but the sound of it made something in my gut twist. It was deeper than I expected. Not just skin against wall, but weight, contact. Tyler squealed not in pain, but in delight, and grabbed fistfuls of Mark's hair. "Careful," I said, stepping forward. "Watch the wall." Mark slowed, breathing hard, and eased Tyler down to the carpet. His face was flushed, a sheen of sweat on his forehead. He ran a hand through his messy hair and gave me that crooked, apologetic smile. "We were just playing," he said. He wanted to go fast. "It's okay," Tyler chimed in, already reaching for the toy car on the floor. "Do it again." Mark looked at me, eyebrows raised, waiting to see if I was going to make a big deal out of it. I didn't. "Just don't break my kid or my security deposit," I joked weakly. He laughed, tension breaking, and dropped back down to the carpet to push the car around again. Tyler followed, the wall forgotten. But I kept hearing that sound, the thump of his small back against plaster, long after the moment passed. It was like someone had hit a drum in another room, and the echo was still bouncing around. When Lily was born, a year and a half later, Mark was fully integrated into the rhythm of our lives. He'd been there the day we brought her home from the hospital, standing in the doorway in a wrinkled t-shirt, holding a welcome home balloon he'd picked up from Kroger. She was smaller than Tyler had been, quieter, at first. We set up her crib in the tiny second bedroom and dug an old baby monitor out of a box, one of those cheap analog sets with a plastic transmitter that plugged into the wall near the crib, and a little receiver unit you could carry around. When you turned it on, it hissed constantly, even when the baby was silent, picking up every rustle of blanket and shift of tiny limbs as a crackle. The first time I heard her breath through it, amplified and broken up into little pops of air, it made my chest ache. The monitor sat on the coffee table, a constant background presence, soft static, occasionally interrupted by a mouse squeak sigh or a half-formed whimper. Mark seemed almost eager to help. "You guys look dead on your feet," he said one afternoon, when Hannah's eyes were ringed with purple and my hands were shaking from too much coffee and not enough sleep. Lily had been colicky for 3 nights in a row, crying for hours at a time, her face blotchy and furious. "Why don't you go lie down?" I got her. "I'll sit out here. Keep an ear on the thing." Hannah hesitated, chewing the inside of her cheek. "I don't know," she said. "She's so fussy. I don't want her to be a bother. She's a baby," he said, and for once his crooked smile looked almost soft. "That's her job. Go sleep. Seriously. If she cries, I'll bring her to you." We did it. We let him. We went into our room, left the door cracked, and collapsed on the bed like 2 people who had been holding their breath for 3 days. The last thing I remember before sleep took me was the sound of the baby monitor's static in the living room, and Mark humming something tuneless under his breath. I don't know how long we were out. An hour. Maybe 2. I woke up to quiet. Too much quiet. No static. No hum. I went out to find the monitor turned off and Lily asleep in her crib, flushed and sweaty but breathing. Mark was on the couch, the receiver on the armrest beside him, a beer bottle on the table. His eyes were closed, head tipped back. He jerked awake when I stepped on a squeaky board, laughed, and said, "She calmed down. You're welcome." I told myself then that this was what family looked like when the blood wasn't perfect. People helping each other out, sharing weight. Sometimes you don't realize when someone has been allowed too close until there's nowhere left to step back to. The night with the oven was the one I should never have forgotten. It was a Sunday. I remember that because the Walmart had been slow, the way it always was on Sunday evenings. People either at home or at church, or already dreading Monday. I'd been sent home early. The sun was low when I pulled into the driveway. The sky streaked orange and pink, the air thick with that end-of-weekend heaviness. I came up the creaking steps, opened the front door, and smelled gas and something burning. Not a lot, just a faint, sour tang under the usual mix of diaper cream and stale coffee. "Hey," I called. "Everything okay?" From the kitchen. I heard Mark's voice. "Yeah, man, we're good. Just making dinner." I walked down the hallway. He was standing in front of the open oven, holding Lily on his hip. The oven door was down, the inside glowing a dull, angry orange. Something blackened and curling sat in a pan on the middle rack, smoking faintly. The kitchen light was off, so most of the illumination in the room came from that rectangle of heat. It painted his face from below, throwing strange shadows up across his cheeks and eye sockets. It lit the underside of Lily's chin, the roundness of her cheeks, the little wet shimmer on her lips where she'd been drooling. She was looking straight into the oven, mesmerized, her tiny fingers flexing against his shirt. His hand was around her thigh, holding her in place. His fingers dug into that soft baby fat just a little too tightly, pressing dimples into her skin. Every instinct in me screamed, "Too close." "What are you doing?" I asked, more sharply than I meant to. He glanced back at me, startled, then grinned. "Relax, man," he said. "I got her." Oven was acting weird. Thought I smelled gas. Wanted to check the flame. "She likes the light. Don't you, bug." He bounced her slightly as he said it. Her head swayed inches above the open oven door. The smell of gas was stronger up close, mixing with the stench of whatever he'd overcooked. My stomach flipped. "Turn it off," I said. "You shouldn't have her that close." His grin faltered for half a second. His fingers tightened on her leg before he shifted, turning away from the oven with an exaggerated, "Oops. Sorry, Dad." Like I was being uptight. He reached out with his free hand and nudged the oven knob. It clicked as it turned, and the low roar of the flame died. The glow inside the oven started to dim, cooling from orange to red. That little metal clink of the knob settling into the off position lodged itself somewhere in my brain. "See," he said, backing away and eventually handing Lily off to me. All good. She was fine. She felt hot against my chest, her body tense. Her hair smelled like baby shampoo and something else faint. Sour kitchen air. I forced a laugh, or something close to it. "Yeah," I said. "Just don't do that again." He rolled his eyes and went to the sink to run cold water over the smoking pan. The metal hissed, then popped. I took Lily down the hall to her room, trying to shake off the image of her tiny face inches from the open oven. The way the light had made her eyes look too big. I told myself I was overreacting, that he'd made a dumb call. That was all. He was trying to help. He hadn't meant anything by it. But for the rest of the night, every time I walked past the stove, my eyes flicked to that knob, waiting for it to move on its own. And that clink of metal settling into place echoed in my head. A sharp little sound that would come back to me years later in darker rooms, attached to different things. 2.3. The first time I heard him say it. The night he first said it out loud was, in every other way, completely ordinary. Hannah was on the late shift at the diner, the way she usually was on Fridays. She had left around 5. In her black non-slip shoes and a polo shirt with the restaurant logo stitched over her heart. Hair pulled back tight so it would not fall in anyone's food. She kissed Tyler on the top of his head, kissed Lily on the forehead where she lay in her bouncer, and kissed me last. Coffee breath and lip balm. "Text me if she gets really bad," she said, nodding at the baby. "I'll see if I can get cut early. Go make tips." I told her, "We'll survive." She gave me a look that was half gratitude, half apology, then was gone. The front door shutting with its usual tired little click. It was just me, Mark, and the kids. The TV was on in the living room, tuned to a game, some late-season matchup that only mattered to people who bet money or couldn't stand silence. The announcer's voice rose and fell in that steady, excited cadence sports guys have even when nothing much is happening. The light from the screen flickered over the beige carpet, and the coffee table littered with beer bottles and a few crumpled receipts. Tyler sat cross-legged on the floor, closer to the TV than we liked, his attention bouncing between the game and the pile of toy cars at his knees. Every so often he would drive one across the carpet, making his own crowd noises under his breath. A commercial came on and he didn't seem to notice. Lily had been fussy all day. One of those days where nothing was quite right, too hungry, then too full, too hot, then too cold. The world never at a good angle. By the time Hannah left for work, the skin under her eyes was puffy from crying. We had taken turns holding her until our arms ached. Now she was in her crib in the back bedroom, the door pulled mostly shut. The baby monitor receiver sat on the coffee table between the half-empty beer bottles and the ashtray Mark insisted he kept just for show, even though he still smoked out on the back step. The monitor hissed constantly, the way it always did, filling the room with a thin electric curtain of sound. Underneath it, you could hear her shifting, the rustle of fabric, the soft squeaks that let you know she wasn't fully down yet. For maybe 15 minutes. It was peaceful. Then the first whimper came through. At first it was small, a little rising sound that barely poked its head above the static. I held my breath, hoping she would settle herself. The game clock on the screen ticked down. Mark leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes on the play, beer bottle dangling from his hand. The whimper turned into a short cry, then another, stacking together until it became a continuous wail that the baby monitor faithfully amplified and shredded into something harsh and raw. "Here we go," Mark muttered, not taking his eyes off the TV. I waited another few seconds, listening to the way her cry spiked and broke, that desperate, almost panicked edge creeping in. The monitor made it worse, somehow, flattening it into a serrated sound that scraped the inside of my skull. "I'll go," I said, pushing myself off the couch. I made my way down the hallway, the sound growing louder with each step. In the bedroom, the real cry was somehow smaller than its electric twin. Lily's face was scrunched, eyes squeezed tight, fists balled up. I scooped her up, patted her back, paced the room in slow circles. "It's okay, Bug," I whispered. "You're okay. You're fine." She wasn't having it. I tried the usual tricks, rocking, humming tunelessly, checking her diaper, offering the bottle. Nothing took. Her cries rose and fell, never quite hitting that full scream, but never dropping down to a whimper again. She was locked in the middle, miserable. After a while, I became aware of my own shoulders tightening, my jaw clenching. The sound wasn't just in my ears anymore. It was in my teeth, in my sinuses. I brought her out to the living room, thinking maybe a change of scenery would help. The second we stepped into the room, her voice came through the monitor too, a split-second delay that turned every cry into an echo. The TV blared a replay. The crowd roared. The color commentator laughed loudly at something. "Can you turn that down?" I asked, nodding toward the screen. Mark didn't move for a second. Then he sighed dramatically and hit the volume button a few times. The crowd noise dropped, but the baby's cry did not. If anything, it sounded worse without competing sound. "Man," he said under his breath, "she's really going for it tonight." Lily arched her back in my arms, her face going redder. I shifted her to my shoulder and went into the kitchen, more to get some distance from the blaring monitor than anything. The kitchen light was harsh and yellow. The sink was full of dishes. The countertops were sticky in spots you only noticed when your hand landed there. The sound followed me. The receiver's small speaker was strong enough to carry through the doorway. I bounced her gently, paced between the stove and the fridge. The fridge compressor kicked on with a low groan. The baby's sobs cut over it like a siren. "You want one?" Mark called from the living room. I looked over. He had come to lean in the kitchen doorway, silhouetted by the bluish TV light behind him. One shoulder propped against the frame, one bare foot on the tiles. He held a fresh beer bottle out toward me. The label was peeling at one corner where his thumb habitually picked at it. His eyes were a little glassy around the edges, shot through with red, not the bright red of tears, but the flat, tired red of someone who'd been drinking longer than tonight. I shifted Lily higher, her flailing arm catching my jaw. "I'm good," I said. "Maybe later." Her scream hit a new, higher pitch. She had that edge to her voice now, the one that says, "I am not just uncomfortable, I am furious." Every breath she grabbed felt like it came with splinters. Mark winced. "Jesus," he said softly. "She's loud. She's a baby." I answered, trying to keep my tone even. "That's what they do." He took a swig from the bottle he was holding for himself, Adam's apple bobbing. When he lowered it, he stared past me, not quite at Lily, not quite at the wall. His jaw worked once, like he was chewing on something. Then, almost matter-of-factly, he said it. "You don't understand how loud it is." The way he said it was strange. Not like a complaint tossed off in the moment. Not like a joke. There was something flat and fixed underneath the words, like he'd thought them a lot before he said them out loud. I frowned. "What do you mean?" I asked. His eyes flicked to mine then, and for a second there was something in them I could not name. Not anger, exactly. Not heat. More like a pressure. A whiteness behind the pupils. "When you're the one in here with it," he said, tapping his temple lightly with one finger, beer bottle dangling in the other hand. "And it's just..." He gestured toward the monitor in the living room, where her cry crackled through, over and over and over. "It gets into your head." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "You don't understand how loud it is until you can't get away from it." He said it calmly. Conversation voice. If you had walked in right then, you would have thought we were talking about a neighbor's dog or a car alarm. But his eyes stayed wrong. Too bright. Too focused on something that wasn't quite in the room. "She's a baby," I repeated. Firmer now. "That's what they do. They cry. It's not her fault." "Yeah," he said, and the crooked smile twitched at his mouth. "Until someone makes it stop." For a beat. The only sounds were Lily's sobs and the hiss of the monitor speaker in the next room. My grip on her tightened. I stared at him, trying to decide if I'd heard what I thought I'd heard. "Mark," I said slowly. He blinked, and whatever had been behind his eyes seemed to recede. He shook his head like he was dislodging a thought. "Kidding," he said, the smile flattening into something more familiar, more practiced. "Relax, man. I'm just saying she's loud. Go sit down. You look like death. I'll take a turn." He reached out for Lily. Instinct made me take half a step back. "It's fine," I said. "I got her." We stayed like that for a second, in the yellow kitchen, light him with the bottle. Me with the screaming child, two men in a too small space with nowhere to put the tension. Then Lily let out a hiccup, a fragile, breathy little stutter between wails, and my attention snapped back to her. "I'm gonna walk her," I muttered. "See if that helps." I took her back down the hallway, away from his eyes and his beer and the TV and the monitor. Eventually, after what felt like hours but was probably 20 minutes, she exhausted herself. Her cries shrank to whimpers, then sniffles, then sighs. Her body finally went heavy against my shoulder, every muscle loosening at once. I laid her gently in the crib, hand on her chest for a moment to feel the rise and fall, the tiny tremors of sleep. I turned the transmitter on the baby monitor so the little red light glowed steadily, then left the door half open and went back out. The living room felt off balance when I came in. Mark was back on the couch, eyes on the game, bottle on the table. The receiver hissed quietly beside him, transformed again from an instrument of torture into a simple background noise. "Better," he asked without looking over. "She's out," I said. "Good," he muttered. I thought my head was gonna split. I didn't answer. I sank onto my usual spot on the couch, muscles buzzing with leftover adrenaline, my ears still ringing in the absence of her voice. The fridge in the kitchen hummed, the compressor kicking on with a familiar rattle. The TV announcer launched into an excited recap of a play I hadn't seen. The baby monitor's static filled the gaps between their words. Every time the sound dipped, I tensed, waiting for another cry. After a while, I started to hear something else. Every few minutes, over the hiss, there was a tiny click, so soft I wasn't sure at first if it was real. It sounded like a fingernail tapping plastic, or like someone brushing a volume dial with the pad of their thumb. I leaned forward, frowning, listening. Shh. Click. Shh. You hear that? I asked. Hear what? Mark didn't take his eyes off the screen. Nothing, I said. Never mind. I told myself it was the fridge cycling, or the ice maker, or a neighbor's door. Any small sound in an old duplex echoing and bouncing and landing where it didn't belong. We didn't fight that night. No one got hurt. No doors slammed. I went to bed later than I should have. Hannah came home tired with sore feet and a pocket full of ones. And life went on. But that sentence stuck. You don't understand how loud it is. It lodged itself in the back of my mind like a splinter. Easy to ignore most of the time. Impossible to forget completely. I did not know then that I would hear it again in places and times that made no sense. That years later, in a small room at the police station, a detective would push a cheap recorder across a table and hit play on a file pulled from old evidence. The hiss of the baby monitor would fill the room. The sound of my own house on that night coming back to life through tinny speakers. Lily's crying would rise and fall, then stop. There would be a long, hollow stretch of nothing, just static, and then, distorted but unmistakable, Mark's voice would emerge from that dead air, saying the exact same words. You don't understand how loud it is, only according to every timeline, every stamped report, every sworn statement. He said it then when I was not at home to hear it, which means that sentence was not just something he said to me in a tired kitchen, holding a beer. It was something he said to my children in the minutes before he killed them. 3.1. Cheap margaritas and power flickers. It was a Friday the 13th, which was supposed to be a joke, not a prophecy. The week before, someone had taped a cheap glossy flyer to the break room wall at Walmart, right over the sign about washing your hands. It had a cartoon hockey mask on it and dripping red letters that said, Friday the 13th wing special. 13 wings for $7.13. The End Zone Bar and Grill. Underneath, someone had added in Sharpie, "Come tempt fate." I remember reading it on my way to punch out, rolling my eyes. Friday the 13th was a movie marathon to me. Nothing more. A day for bars to invent dumb promotions and for people to blame their clumsiness on the calendar. That afternoon, Hannah came home from the diner in her uniform, hair frizzed a little from the humidity, apron strings dangling. She dropped her tips on the table, a small, sad pile of crumpled singles and a 5, and leaned her weight into the back of one of the chairs. "I saw Dave's wife at the diner," she said. "She said you guys have some wing deal at the End Zone tonight." I smirked. "You want in on $7 heartburn?" She shrugged, the movement as tired as her eyes. "I want in on cheap date night that is not laundry and falling asleep to a rerun. They have margaritas there, right?" "On tap," I said. "Probably made with windshield washer fluid." She smiled a little anyway. Sounds fancy. We stood there for a minute, the idea hanging between us like steam. It had been a long time since we'd gone anywhere together that didn't involve grocery carts or pediatric waiting rooms. Most of our evenings were a relay race of shift changes and baby care. Date night had become a term we used ironically while we split a frozen pizza at midnight. "What about the kids?" I asked, though we both already knew the answer. "Ask Mark," she said. "He's off tonight. He told me yesterday if we ever wanted to go out. He owed us one." His words, not mine. I hesitated. I knew Mark liked feeling useful. It made him stand straighter, made his crooked smile land better. He'd watched them for an hour here or there before while I ran to the store or took a shower. Nothing bad had happened. He had not dropped anyone or forgotten to feed them. By all observable metrics, he was a decent babysitter. But I also thought about the beer bottles. I went down the hall to the back bedroom and knocked lightly. "Yeah," came his voice from inside. I pushed the door open. His room was always dim. The blinds were tilted, half closed, letting in slivers of light that cut across the unmade bed and the piles of clothes on the floor. A small TV, smaller than the one in the living room, flickered blandly on the dresser with the sound off. Mark sat on the edge of the mattress in his socks and a faded black t-shirt, tapping ash into a glass candle jar he used as an ashtray. The window was cracked, but the smell still clung to the curtains. On the floor beside the bed were 2 empty beer bottles and a third one half-finished, leaving a wet ring on the wood. "You working tonight?" I asked. "Nah," he said. "They cut my hours this week." "Why?" "You need something. Hannah wants to go get wings," I said. "Over at the End Zone. Friday the 13th special. Classy stuff." He snorted. "Look at you two. Real high rollers. Can you watch the kids?" I asked. "Just for a couple hours. They'll be down." I added quickly, "Tyler's already halfway there. Lily's been fussy, but hopefully she'll crash." He took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled toward the window, and nodded. "Yeah, man," he said. "I told you, I owe you guys. Roof over my head, hot shower, all that. Least I can do is keep an eye on the monsters while you get some grown-up time." There was a warmth to his tone, something almost affectionate. When he said monsters, not like a threat, more like a joke. My eyes slid to the bottles again. "How many is that?" I asked, nodding toward them, trying to keep it light. He followed my gaze and made a face with, "Oh," he said. "These, just a couple. I'm good. I'll switch to soda. You know I take care of them." Man, he did. That was the problem. He'd given me enough normal nights to build trust on. "All right," I said. "We won't be late." In the living room, Hannah was already zipping up her jacket, checking her purse for her wallet. "Well," she asked. He said yes. I said, "Just put Lily down before we go. Tyler's about to fall over anyway." She nodded and headed for the kids' room. As she walked away, I caught sight of the baby monitor on the coffee table. The little receiver sitting there with its red power light burning steadily, hissing under the TV chatter. It felt like an extra set of ears in the house. Always on, always listening. Once both kids were down, Tyler limp and heavy under his Spider-Man blanket. Lily finally quiet in her crib. Cheeks damp and lashes spiky with leftover tears, we did a quiet handoff. "Text me if you need anything," Hannah told Mark, standing in the doorway with her purse strap over her shoulder. "I got it," he said, dropping onto the couch, remote in hand. "Go. Have fun. You guys deserve it." On the coffee table in front of him sat his half-empty beer and the baby monitor receiver, side by side. I saw it. I registered it. Then I let Hannah take my hand and pull me out into the night. The End Zone was one of those bars that could exist in any town. A low building wedged between a laundromat and a pawn shop. Neon signage buzzed in the front window, the glass streaked with the ghosts of old handprints. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of spilled beer, fryer grease, and the faint sour scent of old mop water that never quite went away. The lights were low, tinted blue and red by neon beer logos on the walls. A row of green felt pool tables lined one side, the click of billiard balls punctuating the hum of conversation. Classic rock played from a jukebox in the corner, things our parents had gotten tired of decades ago, recycled into bar wallpaper. We found a sticky table by the wall under a TV that was showing a different game than the one Mark had on at home. The laminated menus were warped from years of wiping. A hand-lettered sign over the bar advertised the special again, 13 wings for $7.13 margaritas half off for the brave. Our waitress was a girl who couldn't have been more than 20, with a ponytail and eyeliner thick enough to qualify as armor. She handed us menus we pretended to read even though we already knew what we were getting. "Can I start you off with something to drink?" she asked. Pen poised. "2 beers," I said, "and a margarita." Hannah added, "1 for me, frozen. Salt." The girl grinned. "Getting festive." "Huh. You know what today is? Right-wing day," I said. She laughed. "That too. We ordered the Friday the 13th special and some fries. Because if you're going to do cheap wings, you might as well commit." When the drinks came, the margarita was electric green and piled with ice, the salt clinging to the rim in thick crusts. Hannah took a cautious sip, made a face, then laughed. "Tastes like gas station candy," she said. "I love it." For a little while, it was almost easy to forget the rest of the world existed. We talked about nothing and everything. Work gossip, customers she hated, my idiot coworker who once broke 3 jars of pickles in one shift. We drifted into the kind of conversations we used to have before we were drowning, what we would do if we magically got a bunch of money, where we'd go if we ever took a real vacation, what it would have been like if we hadn't had kids so young. "I'm not saying I regret them," she said, fingers tracing the condensation ring her margarita glass had left on the table. "I'm just saying sometimes I wonder who we'd be if we'd had a few more years first. Less tired," I said. "Less broke," she added. We clinked glasses to that. Beer against margarita, around us. The bar filled with the usual Friday night crowd. Regulars who knew each other's names and drinks. Couples on awkward first dates. Guys in ball caps shouting at the TV as if the players could hear them. Somewhere in the back, someone laughed too loud at something that wasn't that funny. A pool cue cracked against a ball, sending it skittering into a pocket. The wings arrived. A pile of orange-glazed meat on a plastic basket lined with checked paper. They were too hot and too greasy and somehow perfect. We burned our fingers and tongues and didn't care. I had 2 beers. Hannah got halfway through her margarita, then pushed it aside when the sugar caught up to her. "You should finish it," she said. "I don't want to be wrecked tomorrow." "Nah," I said. "You earned the headache." She rolled her eyes. At some point in the second half of the game, when the score was close enough that the bar had started to lean in, something happened with the lights. It was subtle at first, a little flicker at the edge of my vision. One of the neon signs buzzed louder, then dimmed. The overhead lights wavered like they were underwater. Then, all at once, the power dropped. The TVs cut out mid-play. The jukebox died mid-guitar solo. The hum of the coolers behind the bar cut off. For 1 or 2 long heartbeats, the entire place went silent and black except for the emergency exit signs glowing faint red. Someone whooped. Someone else said, "Uh-oh. Bad luck." A glass clinked against the floor and rolled. Then, as quickly as it had gone, the power came back. The lights surged on, brighter than before. The TVS rebooted. the commentators stumbling back into their script. The jukebox skipped to the next song. A ripple of nervous laughter washed through the room. "Guess we survived the curse," Hannah said, shaking off the moment. Friday the 13th. My ass. I tried to laugh with her, but something about the sudden silence had lodged under my skin. The way all the noise had cut off at once, like someone had hit a switch on the whole world. "If this place collapses," I said, trying to make a joke out of the shiver crawling up my spine, "at least the kids are safe in bed." "Exactly," she said, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. "They're out. We've got a babysitter. Nothing's on fire. Enjoy it while it lasts." We stayed maybe another hour, paid the bill, tipped more than we could afford because we knew what it was like to live on tips. We walked out into the cool night air, the bar's noise spilling after us for a second before the door swung shut. At the time, that little power blip was just something to mention later. "Did you see the lights go out?" For a second, I thought the whole grid blew. A weird little hiccup in an otherwise typical evening. It wasn't until much later, after the police reports, after the evidence logs, after the prosecutor laid everything out on timelines like bones on a table, that I found out the timing. There's a note in the file about it. Buried in the stack of paperwork, a line from an energy company report subpoenaed by the detectives, a brief disruption in power, affecting a few blocks around our neighborhood. Lights flickered. Devices reset. Seconds. Nothing more. On the audio pulled from the baby monitor receiver, the one sitting on our coffee table that night, there is a gap that lines up exactly with that event. Static. Static. Lily crying, her voice raw and high. Then, for the length of that flicker at the end zone, everything cuts out. No crying, no static, no hum, no world. Just a deep, unnatural silence on the tape. And then, just as quickly, the sound rushes back in, like a door slamming open. I did not know that when I raised my glass in a bar full of neon and laughter and said, half joking, that at least the kids were safe in bed, somewhere a few blocks away, their world had just gone dark. 3.2. The wrong lights in my street. We left the end zone a little after 10:30. By then, the bar had hit that tipping point between fun and sloppy. Voices were louder, laughter looser. Someone had started singing along with the jukebox from the wrong part of the song. The air inside felt thick with beer breath and fryer grease, so stepping out into the night was like plunging your head into cold water. It had started to drizzle while we were inside. Not real rain, just a fine mist that hung in the air and settled on everything, making the pavement shine under the streetlights. The parking lot looked like it had been wrapped in plastic reflections of neon signs and headlights, stretching and warping across the wet asphalt. We walked to the car, hands briefly brushing, our fingers linked out of habit more than romance. Hannah shivered and zipped her jacket up to her throat. "Colder than I thought," she said. "Almost fall, Shaw," I answered. "You ready for the furnace to break again?" She groaned. "Do not even joke about that. In the car?" The windshield wipers squeaked across the glass on the lowest setting, smearing the fine droplets into arcs. The radio was on a pop station that played the same 4 songs in rotation. Some auto-tuned voice humming about love or money or both over a cheap beat. The dashboard clock glowed 10:34 in soft green numbers. "Text Mark," Hannah said, scrolling through her own phone. "Tell him we're on our way back." I thumbed out a quick message at a stoplight. "On our way. Everything good?" It showed as sent. No dots. No reply. Probably has his hands full, Hannah said. Seeing me look, if she's been howling. Yeah, I said. Probably. The roads were familiar in that way that makes you stop remembering each individual turn. We passed the gas station with the flickering sign, the darkened strip mall with one nail salon still lit up like an aquarium, the church with the marquee out front that always tried to make faith sound like a pun. The drizzle made halos around the streetlights. Every now and then, a car would pass in the opposite lane, its headlights blooming white across our windshield before smearing away in the wiper's path. Hannah turned the radio up when a song she liked came on, one from before we had kids, back when music still felt like something that belonged to us instead of background noise for diaper commercials. She sang along under her breath, off-key and soft, for a brief, fragile stretch of road. I let myself imagine that this was just another night, that we were just another tired couple going home to sleeping children and a couch and some dumb show to fall asleep in front of, that the worst thing waiting for us was a sink full of dishes. Then we turned onto our street. It took half a second to understand what I was looking at, and another half second for denial to kick in and decide I was wrong. The first thing that hit me was the color. Blue and red light rolled slow and heavy over the houses, washing the siding and the trees in pulses. The wet pavement turned into a shifting river of those colors. Red, blue, stretching all the way down to where our duplex sat. The branches of the thin maples flickered with it, leaves going from black to blood to bruise with each rotation of light. There was a police cruiser parked at an angle across part of the street, a few houses down from ours, its bars of lights spinning lazily. Another car unmarked, but with that unmistakable government stance idled further up, its headlights off. The rest of the block was dim and ordinary. A few porch lights on, one living room window lit by a TV glow. Ours was not one of the quiet ones. Our porch light was on, glaring bright against the damp. The living room light was on too. I could see it spilling through the front window, white and harsh, not the warm flicker of a TV. That alone was wrong. We never left all the lights on. We couldn't afford to. It was the kind of detail your brain notes and files under something's off before your conscious mind catches up. My stomach dropped before the car even stopped moving. "What the hell?" I muttered. Hannah straightened in her seat, eyes narrowing. "Maybe it's the neighbors," she said. "Too fast. Maybe." As we rolled closer, the scene sharpened. Yellow tape stretched from our front railing across the small yard to our bent mailbox, sagging in the middle like a tired smile. It caught the blue light and glowed sickly. A uniformed officer stood at the base of our steps, hands on his belt, talking into a radio clipped to his shoulder. The world inside the car got very small and very loud. The squeak of the wipers, the cheap pop song warbling nonsense, Hannah's breathing, shallow and quick. I pulled up to the curb and killed the engine. But the image of the house didn't change. Porch light on, living room blazing, tape and uniforms and the wrong colors painting our siding. For a second, everything seemed to float, like we had driven onto a movie set by mistake. Then Hannah's hand grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. "The kids," she said, her voice already breaking. "Tyler, Lily." My body moved before my brain did. I opened the door. The drizzle had picked up. Real rain now, pattering on the roof of the car, dampening my hair, sliding cold down the back of my neck. The air smelled like wet pavement and exhaust, and something else underneath, sharp, metallic, almost like a battery leaking. The officer at the steps saw me coming and held up a hand. "Sir, you can't go in there," he said. "My kids are inside." I shot back. My voice didn't sound like mine. It was too loud, too thin. He stepped forward, putting himself between me and the house. His uniform was darker where the rain had hit it. His hat beaded with water. Up close, I could see lines around his eyes that said he'd been doing this longer than he wanted to. "Sir," he said again, slower. "I need you to stay back for a moment." Hannah was at my side now, nearly tripping over the curb, one hand clutching the strap of her purse like it might hold her together. "That's our house," she said. Her voice jumped an octave on the last word. "Our kids are in there. We left them with what happened." What happened behind the officer? The duplex loomed. The living room window revealed nothing but the reflection of flashing lights and the vague shapes of furniture. One of the curtains was half drawn, twisted at the top like someone had grabbed it. The officer's radio crackled at his shoulder. A burst of static and a voice saying something clipped and professional. "Unit 12 copy," another voice answered. Too mashed to understand. The sound snapped in and out, little electric bites in the wet air. Somewhere, another radio in the cruiser responded, overlapping with it. The hiss of rain on the car roof, the murmur of neighbors gathering on porches, bare feet on steps, someone's TV still playing inside their house. Oblivious. Every noise stretched out in my memory, pulled thin like gum, until it felt like time had slowed to accommodate each one. "I need you to tell me your names," the officer said. Hand up, palm soft but firm against my chest as I tried to move past him. Slowly. "Are you the parents?" "We're the parents." I snapped. What's going on? Where's Mark? Where are my kids?" He flinched slightly at the name, like it meant something. "We're working on getting information," he said. "There was a call. We responded. There's an active scene inside. You can't go in yet. Active scene." The words meant nothing and everything. They tasted wrong. Rain dripped from the brim of his hat onto his nose. He didn't wipe it away. Over his shoulder, through the narrow gap between his arm and the railing, I saw the front door. It was open wider than we ever left it, yawning like a pulled tooth. Beyond it, the beige carpet was visible in a strip, illuminated by the living room light. On that strip was a dark mark, smeared and irregular, cutting across the pale mess of fibers. At first, my brain tried to make it into something harmless. A wet trail from someone's shoes, mud tracked in from the rain, oil or grease from a dropped bag of takeout. Anything but what it really was. But it didn't spread like water. It looked thicker. It caught the porch light in a way that made it shine in places, like something still wet and tacky. It widened in a path from the hallway down toward the door, like someone had dragged a heavy paintbrush from one room to the next and run out of strength a few inches from the threshold. My stomach turned over. "Sir, I need you to step back," the officer said, his hand firmer now. "Behind us." Hannah's breath hitched and broke. "Tyler," she yelled, voice cracking, cutting through rain and radio static and all the noise. "Tyler, baby. Tyler. Answer me." Her voice bounced off the houses and came back thinner. No answer from inside. No little voice yelling. "Mom," no patter of small feet. She tried to push forward, and the officer turned enough to block us both. For a moment, his polished black shoes were all I could see, planted on the wet concrete at the base of our steps. Then he shifted his weight, just a small step to the side, a practiced move to keep his body between us and the doorway, to maintain distance without putting hands on us again. That tiny movement changed my view. The dark smear on the carpet, the one my brain had been desperately trying to recast as mud, came into full view, and right at the edge of it, half in, half out of the mark, was something else. A little pair of pajama pants. They were twisted, one leg folded under the other like whoever had been wearing them had fallen or been dropped. The fabric was the kind we'd grabbed off a clearance rack at Walmart, thin cotton, cheap elastic. The pattern was bright and stupid, and familiar small Spider-Man logos, red and blue and black, swinging between web lines. Tyler's favorite pajamas. Only now. Most of those little superheroes were drowned in that same dark, shiny stain. The colors muted and slick. The fabric looked heavy, soaked through, clinging to whatever lay underneath. For a second, my brain refused to line up the image with meaning. It was just shape and color and light. Then everything hit in one hard, rushing wave. Those were my son's pajamas. That was not mud. The night closed in around the edges of my vision. The radios crackled. The rain hissed on the cruiser. Somewhere far away, a dispatcher's voice said, "Unit 12, do you copy?" I opened my mouth to call his name and found that my throat had turned to stone. 3.3. What I was not allowed to see. I do not remember exactly who took my arm. 1 second I was staring at Tyler's twisted pajama pants in the doorway, the rain making tiny constellations on the dark stain around them. Hannah screaming his name beside me. The next second, there were more uniforms, more voices, more hands, a blur of navy blue and yellow reflective tape, the smell of wet fabric and cough fuzz and something sharper underneath. "Sir, we need you to step back. Sir, you need to come with us." I heard words like seen and secured and medical. None of them arranged themselves into something I could use. My body went along without consent, legs moving where the pressure on my shoulders and elbows told them to. They steered me toward the closest squad car. It was idling at the curb, its engine a low, constant growl. The red and blue lights on top still turned lazily, coloring the inside of the car with shifting stripes. The back door opened with a wet squeak. "Just sit tight," one of them said. "We need you out of the way for now." I got in because I did not know what else to do. The vinyl seat was cold and slick under me, smelling faintly of disinfectant and old sweat. The door shut with a heavy, final thump that cut the night into a before and after. The world outside became something framed, contained in the rectangle of the window, distorted slightly by the raindrops clinging to the glass. Between me and the front seats was the clear partition, thick plastic with tiny scratches all over it. A grid of holes drilled near the top. I'd seen ones like it on TV, but not from this side. It made everything feel a little muffled, like I was underwater and the real world was somewhere else. The officer who'd blocked us at the steps walked away, his radio chattering softly at his shoulder. Another one slid into the driver's seat, said something into his mic that I couldn't follow, then left the engine running and the heater off. He didn't look back at me. For a while, I just sat there, hands limp in my lap, rain drumming a jagged pattern on the roof. Through the streaked rear window, I could see our house in pieces, the porch railing with yellow tape sagging from it. The front door a bright, unnatural rectangle. the shadows of people moving back and forth in the light. EMTs in dark uniforms carrying bags, a stretcher, empty and folded, leaned near the steps like a promise. The worst part was the sound, even from inside the car. With the door shut and the windows rolled up and the partition between me and the front, the sounds of that night bled through. Radios crackled from different directions, overlapping, one voice saying something about pediatric and transport, another asking for a supervisor. Shoes squeaked on wet concrete, thudded on the porch steps, rustled on carpet I could not see. Somewhere, closer than all of that, someone retched into the wet bushes, their coughs sharp and helpless, the sound of vomit hitting leaves. I watched one officer put a steadying hand on another's back as he bent over, his shoulders heaving. The one standing up had that look cops get when they've seen something they'd rather scrub out of their own memories. Between those sounds, in the thin places, there was something else, the hiss of static. It was faint. But once I caught it, I could not unhear it, a thin electric shh that I knew too well. It was coming not from a radio, but from somewhere inside the house. A baby monitor left on, its transmitter still doing its job no matter what had happened around it. I had to crane my neck to catch it, just a ghost of a sound, riding the air currents through the open door. Sometimes it dipped under the louder noises, swallowed by a radio burst or a shouted instruction. Then it would flare up again. That constant, senseless noise in a world that had just explained what real screaming sounded like. I pressed the side of my head against the cool window, as if that inch of closeness would let me see through the door. "Let me in," I whispered. To no one. "They're my kids. Let me in. I need to see them." No one was listening. I don't know how long they left me in the car. Trauma messes with time. Your brain starts stretching and folding it in strange ways. It could have been 15 minutes. It could have been an hour. The rain waxed and waned. Neighbors watched from their porches, some clutching robes around themselves, others in t-shirts and bare feet. One woman prayed out loud. At some point, someone opened the door again. "Sir," a new voice said, older, calmer. "We're going to take you down to the station. We need to get your statement." "Are they?" I started, and my voice cracked on the first syllable. "Are my kids okay?" The man didn't lie, which somehow made it worse. "We'll talk at the station," he said quietly. "You need to come with us now." I tried to lean past him, to get one last look at the doorway, the living room, anything that might give me a clue. All I saw was more tape, more moving bodies, a flash of white that might have been a sheet or a uniform, or just my brain filling in blanks. Then the door closed again. Different car, different vinyl, same feeling, like being zipped into a bag. The station was all fluorescent light and linoleum, the kind of place that always smells faintly of coffee that's been sitting too long and copier toner. They took my wallet and phone, logged them, put me in a small room with a table bolted to the floor and two chairs that looked like they'd been new around the time I was born. The walls were that non-color bureaucracies love, something between gray and beige. There was a clock high up, ticking too loudly. It might have been the same model as the one in my kitchen. The tick was sharp, insistent. The overhead fluorescent fixture gave off a faint buzz that wormed its way into my skull. A digital recorder sat in the middle of the table, its little red light off. A detective clicked it on when he came in. the noise loud in the silence click. Then the soft whir of tape or hard drive or whatever they used back then. He was in plain clothes, which somehow made him feel more official than a uniform. Button-down shirt, tie loosened, sleeves rolled to the elbow, lines around his mouth that said he'd spent years delivering bad news. He introduced himself. I forgot his name before he finished saying it. "We're very sorry about what happened," he said, sitting down across from me. "We need to establish a timeline. Okay, I know this is hard, but it's important." What he meant was, we need to know if it was you. We need to know if you saw it coming. We need to know if this is going to get worse. "What time did you leave the residence?" he asked. I told him about the wings, the Friday the 13th special, the cheap margarita, the flicker of the lights at the bar. "What time did you get there?" he asked. "What time did you leave? How long had the suspect been drinking before you left? How much does he usually drink?" Every question was a stone being dropped into a well. The ripples went out wide, touching things I didn't want to think about. As he went on, the questions stopped just being about the night and started painting a picture back over our home in my mind. Every detail he lingered on pulled my imagination into a different room. When he asked, "Which bedroom do the children sleep in?" I saw their door. The cheap sticker of a rocket ship Tyler had insisted we put at his eye level. The way the nightlight threw soft shapes on the hallway wall. When he asked, "Where was the baby monitor placed?" my mind zoomed into their room, the plastic transmitter on the dresser, the little cord snaking down to the outlet, the crib rails, the stuffed bear in the corner. Was there anything in the hallway they could have tripped over made me picture that narrow strip of carpet running from the living room to the bedrooms. Tyler's sneakers kicked off to one side, a laundry basket half full, the scuffed baseboards. "Do you have a basement?" he asked at one point. "Yes," I said, before the word caught in my throat. "We don't really use it. Just storage." I had to push away the mental image that question summoned the concrete steps leading down, the exposed beams, the old water heater knocking at odd hours. I had not seen what had happened down there that night, but my brain was already trying to fill the space with things worse than the truth could be. With every question, the house reconstructed itself in my head: the couch, the TV, the baby monitor, the oven, the hallway, the bathroom, the basement, only now, layered over each room. There was another version, one I was not allowed to see, one with blood where there had been tues, with silence where there had been screaming. They did not show me pictures. Not then. Not that night. The detective's mouth tightened every time I asked to see my kids. "Not tonight," he said. "We're still processing the scene. Processing. As if our home had turned into a roll of film they had to develop before anyone was allowed to look. At some point, after the initial barrage." He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. "I know this is a lot," he said, "but I need to ask you about your neighbors." "Our neighbors," I repeated. "The woman in the other half of the duplex," he said. "She was the one who called." I blinked. "She's the one who called about what?" He glanced at his notes, flipping a page. For a moment, his guard dropped, and his voice lost the careful, neutral tone he'd been using. "She told dispatch," he said slowly, reading, "that she'd been hearing the baby cry for a long time, longer than usual." My throat tightened. "She said she was about to go over and knock," he continued. But then the crying suddenly stopped. He looked up at me, measuring the effect of his words. I imagined our neighbor on the other side of the thin wall, pressing a pillow over her ears, pacing, glancing at the clock, the baby's wail slicing through plaster, through paint, through whatever insulation the landlord hadn't bothered with, the way it must have just cut off mid-breath. In her statement, the detective went on. She said that after the crying stopped, she heard something else. He flipped the page back, as if to make sure he wasn't misquoting. She described it as banging, over and over, like someone hitting something heavy against the wall. He met my eyes for a second, then looked away, suddenly interested in the recorder, like what I asked, though every cell in my body already knew I did not want the answer. He hesitated, then read the rest. She said it sounded like someone hitting a pillow against the wall, hard, again and again. The word pillow landed like a punch. My mind supplied its own sick possibilities. I saw it not as it really was, because I wasn't there, but as my brain decided it must have been. The small room, the crib, the thin wall we shared with the neighbor, the baby's cry cutting off, replaced by a dull, repetitive thud, soft enough not to shake the house, hard enough to be heard, over and over, until it stopped. I realized I was gripping the edge of the table so hard my fingers hurt. The neighbor thought it was discipline. The detective said carefully, or someone in a rage. She said she panicked. By the time she called, units were already responding to another report on your street. My ears rang. The fluorescent light above us buzzed louder. Or maybe that was just my heart pounding in the side of my head. The clock ticked. The recorder's little red light stayed steadily on, capturing every breath. I do not remember what I said next. I know the detective kept asking questions, and I kept answering. And eventually they let me leave that room. But not the building. Someone brought me a paper cup of water I did not drink. What I remember clearly and cruelly is lying in a cot in a side office a few hours later, not having been allowed to go home, staring at the ceiling while the sound traveled with me. Not the baby's cry. My brain didn't give me that. Not that night. It gave me the sound my neighbor had described. Instead, a heavy, muffled thud against a wall, again and again and again. It did not matter that I had not heard it with my own ears. Once the detective said it out loud, the sound belonged to me. Years later, in other bedrooms, in other houses. When the walls would knock, and the pipes would expand, and the world would settle in the small hours. I would lie awake and listen to the pattern of those noises and think, it sounds like someone hitting a pillow against the wall. 4.1. The photos. They made me look at, they called me in a few days later, which is what the detective said, but it could have been 3 or 10 or 40. My sense of time in that stretch is gone. All I remember is that the weather had shifted. The air outside the station was colder, the sky flatter, as if the world had taken a step farther away from wherever my kids were. They didn't put me in an interrogation room this time. This is just so you can understand the situation, the detective said. The same plainclothes one from before. His tie was knotted tighter now. His sleeves rolled down. He held a manila folder in one hand like it was heavier than it looked. You said you wanted to know exactly what happened. These are part of the file. He led me down a hallway I hadn't been down yet. The floor was the same scuffed tile, the same gray-beige walls, but the doors were different solid, with small plaques and keycard readers. At the end of the hall was a room with no windows and a metal table bolted to the floor. 2 chairs. A single fluorescent fixture overhead humming at a pitch that made my teeth feel on edge. There was a tape recorder already sitting on the table, one of the old ones with big buttons and a cassette slot. The kind you see in movies where someone is about to confess to something unforgivable. Next to it sat the manila folder. "Have a seat," he said. I sat. The chair was cold through my jeans. The metal of the table had that almost oily smoothness, like it had been wiped down 1,000 times with disinfectant and never really dried. There were faint scratches on it, crisscrossing the surface like ghost handwriting. The detective slid into the chair opposite me and laid the folder flat between us. "You don't have to look at these," he said, one hand on the cardboard. "It's your choice." A lot of parents choose not to, but I've found some people. It helps to see the reality instead of letting their imagination fill in the blanks. Sometimes imagination is worse. He said it kindly. But I heard the other thing behind it sometimes. Not seeing lets you pretend it wasn't as bad as it was. My imagination had been working overtime since that night. It had already painted every wall of that house in guesses. It had already populated the basement with horrors that woke me out of a dead sleep. Part of me wanted to stand up, walk out, never know. Another part, the louder part, thought, "You left them. You owe them the truth. Show me," I said. He nodded once, like he'd expected that, and opened the folder. The first photograph was of the hallway. Even if you'd taken away the furniture and the doors and the walls, I would have known it was ours from the way the carpet ran, the way the light fell. It was taken from the front door, looking in. The frame was tilted slightly. The photographer hurried or shaken. The beige carpet didn't look beige in the picture. From just inside the doorway, stretching down the hall toward the kids' room, was a wide, dark smear. It started as a thick pool near the living room threshold, then thinned into streaks and splatters as it went, like someone had dragged something heavy and leaking down the length of the hall. In the flash, it shone in places, dull in others, tacky, drying. Blood is always red in movies. In the photograph, it was not. It was dark. Almost black at the densest parts, rusty brown where it had soaked into the fibers and spread. It had climbed the baseboards in little fingers, on the wall, about halfway down the hall. There was a pattern of small, fine droplets. They fanned out in an arc, a constellation against the painted drywall. Even without ever having seen a crime scene before, my body knew what that meant. Something had hit something else with force, something soft, impacting something hard. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like pennies. Further down, nearer the end of the hall, there was a mark at about knee height where the drywall had given in slightly. A shallow, rounded dent with a darker ring around it where blood had collected. The shape of it was wrong, too smooth and curved to be a fist. It looked horribly like the impression the back of a child's head might make if you struck it there more than once. I forced my eyes away from that, to the floor again. Near the doorway of the kids' room, the pajama pants I'd seen from the yard were more visible in the photograph. The camera had caught every fold, every crease. The Spider-Man logos that had peered up at me so brightly from their hanger at the store were now half obscured by soaked fabric. The legs were twisted, one inside out, one bunched like whoever had been wearing them had been yanked or dropped. There were dry patches still visible, pale islands in a dark sea. I knew those pants. I remembered buying them on clearance because Tyler had grabbed them and refused to let go. His small hand wrapped around the hanger, seeing them on glossy paper, flattened, turned my stomach more than any anonymous gore could have. The detective slid that photo aside, revealing others underneath, angles of the hallway from different distances, close-ups of the dent in the wall, the flecks of tissue around it blurred but unmistakable, a shot of the bathroom doorway, where a smear of red-brown handprints trailed along the frame at child height, like someone had reached out desperate fingers and found no purchase. "Stop," I heard myself say. "Just the kids' room." He nodded again, almost grateful to be told where to put the line, and shuffled to a different stack. When he turned over the next picture, it felt like being shoved back into my own house and told it was a different planet. Lily's room. The walls were the same pale yellow we had painted them when we first found out we were having a girl. The color you choose when you don't want anything too loud. There were little duck decals along the lower half, some of them peeling at the corners where Tyler had tried to pick them off. In the photograph, the ducks looked like they were swimming in some terrible current, their bright cartoon eyes too wide. The crib sat against the far wall under the window. The mattress inside it was covered by a sheet that used to be white, printed with tiny flowers. Most of those flowers were drowned now. The sheet soaked through in wet, irregular shapes. The red-brown had dried darker in some spots, lighter in others, as if something had pooled and then been disturbed. The slats of the crib had streaks on them. In one place, a small handprint, fingers splayed, no larger than the palm of my hand. There was a place on the sheet near where her head would have been that looked different from the rest. The stain there had a core of chalky white amid the brown, a jagged little shard peeking out, bright and unnatural. Bone, not long, not whole, just a fragment, the size of a slivered fingernail. The camera's flash caught it sharply. It was the only thing in the whole photograph that reflected light without absorbing it. My vision tunneled. "I can stop," the detective said quietly. "You've seen enough." "No," I muttered, though I barely heard my own voice. "Go on." He slid the picture up to reveal another taken from the side. In this one, you could see the dresser. On top of it sat the baby monitor transmitter. In my memory, it always sat straight, parallel to the edge, cord neatly trailing down. In the photo, it was crooked, turned halfway, like it had been knocked or grabbed. The plug in the wall below was stretched taut, the cord angling down at an unnatural pull. One prong of the plug looked slightly bent. The little red LED on the front of the transmitter was on in the picture, captured mid-glow by the camera. A small, steady dot of life in a room full of death. I stared at that stupid red light for a long time. "Why did it stay on?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "If there was a power flicker, why did it stay on?" He exhaled slowly through his nose. "There was a backup battery," he said. "We found it in the unit. It cut out for a few seconds when the power went, then came back. That's how we got the tape." He put the stack of photos aside then, face down, and reached for the tape recorder. "This is difficult," he said. "I want you to understand that you can tell me to stop at any time. but you told me you wanted to know exactly what happened. This will give you a sense of the sequence. He popped open the recorder, slid a cassette in with a practiced motion, and pressed the door shut until it clicked. The sound was too loud in the small room. The audio was captured by the receiver in your living room. He said, "Your neighbor had one similar unit. You remember, same model. The range allowed some crossover. We retrieved the tape from the neighbor's answering machine. It picked up the monitor in the background. He didn't wait for my response. Maybe he didn't want to give me time to change my mind. He pressed play. For a second, there was nothing. Then the room filled with static. Not metaphorical static. The real thing. The thin, ragged hiss I'd listened to for months between cries and coos and silence. It poured out of the recorder in a flat sheet, layered with a faint hum like the inside of a shell. Underneath it, so small at first I thought it was just a glitch, came the sound. Lily crying. Not the remembered version my brain had been replaying, but the actual one, the high, broken little voice. The hitch in the middle of each wail. The way she grabbed breath like she was afraid it would be taken away. I felt something in my chest tear. My hands clenched into fists on the table. If I closed my eyes, I was back in the duplex hallway, walking toward her room in the dark. The detective let it play. Her crying went on, rising and falling, bouncing off whatever cheap walls and furniture the monitor's microphone could reach. The static frayed the edges, but could not hide the desperation in it. At some point, there was a change. It wasn't a word, or a voice. Not at first. Just a thump, muffled but heavy, like something soft being struck against something solid. Then another. And another, 3 in a row, each separated by the length of a heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. The difference between them and the low bumps of movement was obvious. Once you heard it, these weren't footsteps. These were impacts, controlled, repeated. Lily's cry jerked with each one, a little choke in the middle, as if the air were being punched out of her. Then, abruptly, her crying cut off. The static roared alone, suddenly huge in the space left behind. My own breathing was loud in my ears. I realized I'd been leaning forward, mouth open, as if I could climb into the recorder and pull her out. For 3 long seconds, there was nothing but that hiss. Then, through it, a voice. You don't understand how loud it is. It was Mark's voice, flattened and distorted by the cheap microphone, but unmistakable. The syllables dragged out the way they always did when he was drunk or tired or both. The last 3 words blurred together slightly. Loud it is, with that same rough emphasis on loud I'd heard in my kitchen. Only this time, it was not a half-joking complaint tossed at me over a beer. It was a whisper, directed at no one, or at someone who could no longer answer. Hearing it there, right after those 3 thuds and that choked-off cry, made the sentence into something else. Not a remark, not a joke, an excuse. The detective hit the stop button. The tape clicked off. The hiss cut mid-breath, leaving the room too quiet. The fluorescent light buzzed on. He watched me across the table, his eyes flat and tired. "That's him," he said softly, right before he went downstairs. 4.2, the basement and the cigarette. I did not see the basement that night. I have never walked back down those steps. I have never stood on that concrete and breathed the same air that dried on that floor. By the time they let me back into what used to be our home, the stairs were taped off and the door was shut, and some part of me was grateful. Everything I know about what happened down there, I know because a detective sat across from me under fluorescent lights and decided I had a right to hear it. He didn't dump it on me all at once. It came in pieces, over several meetings, like he was afraid too much of it at once would knock something loose in my head. "You want the whole picture," he said once, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "You keep asking for it. This is part of it." He had a printout in front of him, words highlighted in yellow, notes scribbled in the margin. He tapped the page with a chewed-up pen. "All right," he said. "I'll walk you through how they found him." He meant Mark. He never said his name unless he had to. It was always the suspect or the defendant or he, as if a pronoun made him smaller, less solid. He flipped the page. "Patrol officers arrived first," he said, responding to the neighbor's call. They made entry through the front, saw the hallway, checked the children's rooms. EMS was called in. Once it was clear, he paused, eyes flicking briefly to my face, then away. Once it was clear, there was nothing more they could do for the kids upstairs. They started searching for the suspect. I pictured them moving through my house in a way I never had boots on the carpet. Radios crackling, hands hovering near holstered guns. It felt like watching strangers move through a dream of my own life. They found the basement door open. He went on. Light on. Blood on the stairs. I'd always hated those stairs. Narrow, steep. Boards that never felt like they were nailed down right. The landlord had promised to get someone on that the first time we mentioned it. He never did. In my head, I saw the officers lining up at the top, one behind the other. The lead reaching out to touch the rail I'd always avoided. Their boots coming down on those splintered treads, leaving prints in the dark smear that led downward. "The basement is unfinished," the detective said. Reading. Exposed joists, cinder block walls, concrete floor, single bare bulb hanging from a cord in the center. That part was actually familiar. I'd been down there a handful of times to reset the breaker or dig out Christmas boxes. The bulb had a pull chain. When you tugged it, it swung, and shadows jerked around the corners. "There's a washer and dryer along the back wall," he continued. "Old units. Your landlord said the washer came with the place." "Yeah, it did. It used to make this hollow, off-balance thunk every time it hit the spin cycle. You could feel it in the kitchen floor if you were standing in the right spot." The officers reported hearing running water somewhere, a drip from one of the pipes. The detective said, "The washer was off, but there was still ambient noise." I heard it in my head as he spoke, the drip from that rusty elbow joint, hitting a pan someone had left underneath. The distant hum of the furnace, the tiny buzz of electric through the bulb. An underground soundscape I'd never really listened to, because I never stayed down there long. He cleared his throat, according to their report. He said, "They found him sitting on the floor next to the washing machine." For a second, I pictured Mark the way I'd seen him 100 times upstairs, on the couch, on the carpet, at the kitchen table, always with that slouched posture, shoulders rounded inward, elbows on knees. Now I had to transplant that pose into the basement, onto concrete. He was leaning against the side of the washer. The detective said, "Back to the metal, legs out in front of him, arms and shirt covered in blood. There was blood on his neck, his hands, his jeans. It had dried in places, in other spots. It was still wet enough to drip. He glanced at his notes again. There was a sizable puddle at the base of the stairs. He said, "The officers believe it seeped down from the hallway above, then spread outward. The floor slopes slightly toward the center. I imagined it the dark shape spreading, seeking the lowest point, threading itself into hairline cracks in the concrete. The stain downstairs mirroring the one upstairs, in his mouth." The detective went on. He had a cigarette, lit, almost down to the filter. I did not know why that detail hit me so hard, but it did. "He was smoking," I said. The word came out more like an accusation than a question. "Down there," the detective nodded tightly. "One of the officers wrote that he watched ash fall from the end of the cigarette." He said, "They landed in the blood on the floor." He described it as little gray islands sinking into a red lake. I shut my eyes, just for a second, but that only made it worse. I saw it too clearly, Mark sitting there, back against the washer that had rattled our dishes for years, breath going in and out around the filter. The ember at the end of the cigarette glowing bright orange for a moment, with each drag. Then fading as ash grew long, tiny flecks breaking off, dropping down, disappearing into something that should never have been there. The officers called out to him. The detective said, identified themselves. He didn't run, didn't reach for anything. He just sat there. "Did he say anything?" I asked. "Oh, yeah," the detective replied, his mouth tightening. He said plenty. One of his hands, the one not holding the pen, tapped the tape recorder on the table, the newer digital one, not the cassette unit they'd used for the baby monitor audio. "We've got body cam footage," he said. "Audio and video from the officer's vantage point. I'm not going to play that for you unless you insist, but I can tell you what's on it." He didn't give me time to insist. Maybe he was hoping I wouldn't. When they stepped off the last stair, he said, one of the officers lost his footing. His boot hit the wet patch and he went down on one knee. Hard. You can hear it on the recording, this loud slap of bone on concrete. He mimed the motion without meaning to, his hand dropping and smacking the table with a soft thunk. He curses. The detective went on. You can hear the body cam mic rattle when he grabs the rail to steady himself. The other officer moves around him, keeps his gun trained, tells the suspect to show his hands. He flipped a page, scanning. Your roommate lifts his hands. He said, slowly, palms out. He's still holding the cigarette between two fingers of his right hand at first. My chest went tight. Then he drops it. The detective said, ash scatters. The ember hisses when it hits the wet floor. I could hear that too. Somehow the faint, angry of something hot meeting something that shouldn't have been there. They move in. They put him face down on the washer. The detective said, you know the sound a machine like that makes when you shift it? That hollow metal bang. It's on the tape. They're cuffing him. He doesn't resist. His eyes met mine briefly. While they're doing that, he said, he starts talking. My mouth felt dry. What does he say? I asked. The detective's jaw worked for a second. The pen in his fingers clicked twice. An unconscious tick. He says, you don't understand how loud it was, he said, over and over. He leaned back a bit, gaze unfocusing as he recited it. You don't understand how loud it was. You don't understand how loud it was. Same sentence. Same words I'd heard in my kitchen and through a tape recorder. Only now, apparently, he'd upgraded it to past tense. They try to Mirandize him, the detective said. They tell him to be quiet, that anything he says can and will be used against him. He keeps talking anyway, keeps saying that line. You don't understand how loud it was. He'd used it like a shield in that basement, as if the volume of their voices, of their commands, of their boots on the steps, offended him, as if he were the one in pain. Then he adds something else. The detective said, "It's quieter." Almost under his breath, one of the officers flagged it in his report, but it gets lost in the bigger picture. He flipped to another page, read, then looked up. He says, the detective repeated carefully, "It's quiet now. You hear that? That's better." The room seemed to tilt for a second. He said that I asked, the words scraping my throat. Down there, after. The detective confirmed. After what he did upstairs, after the neighbor's 911 call, after EMS had already been dispatched. He's sitting in a basement under a house that looks the way yours looked. And he tells the officers, basically, that he fixed the noise problem. I stared at the metal table, my vision blurring at the edges. It wasn't quiet. I said. The detective frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" I swallowed. The memory of the baby monitor tape still raw in my mind. The 3 heavy blows, the choking off, the hiss, Mark's voice, the implied footsteps on the stairs after. "You played me the tape," I said, "from the neighbor, from the monitor. After he hit her, after he said that line upstairs. There was still more on it." Right, after he went down there, the detective hesitated, just long enough to answer the question. "Yes," he said finally. The recording continues for a short time after that. There are other sounds. "What sounds?" I asked. He chose his words carefully. "Movement," he said. "What we believe are footsteps, something being dragged, faint impacts. It's hard to be precise. There's a lot of interference. Dragged." I repeated. "Across the floor," he said. "From one part of the house to another." The neighbor's statement lines up. She heard the crying stop, then the banging, then something heavy being moved. He adjusted his tie, suddenly looking uncomfortable. By that point, he added quietly, "Based on the time of death estimates and the medical examiner's findings, it's likely the children were already deceased." He let that hang there. "So when he's in the basement," I said slowly, telling them it's quiet now, that it's better. "We still have audio of the house making noise." The detective finished for me. The fluorescent light above us buzzed. The clock ticked. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang and was answered. I imagined Mark sitting on the concrete, back against the washer, cigarette in his fingers, blood drying on his skin. I imagined him exhaling smoke, and that sentence in equal measure. "It's quiet now. You hear that? That's better." And upstairs, or maybe just above his head, in the thin layer of wood and insulation between us, something else was still moving. Soft thuds, a dragging sound, the echo of a cry that had already been cut off. He thought he'd shut them up. The house, apparently, disagreed. 4.3 Trial, and the sentence that wasn't forever. The courthouse did not look like the kind of place you go to have your life dismantled from the outside. It looked almost pretty. Old brick, big white columns, a set of wide steps up to double doors with brass handles worn dull by years of hands. They flew the American flag out front alongside the state flag. Both of them flapped lazily in the wind like this was any other day. Local news vans were parked crooked along the street, satellite dishes raised like strange metal flowers. Reporters in coats that did not quite match the weather stood in clusters, faces turned toward the building, microphones ready. When we walked up the steps, some of them turned toward us, but no one shouted questions. We weren't famous. We were just grief in street clothes. Inside, it smelled like every other public building I'd ever been in. Old paper, floor cleaner, a hint of coffee from somewhere. The floors were polished stone that made everyone's footsteps echo louder than they should. The walls were lined with framed portraits of men in suits who had once smiled stiffly for a camera and then told strangers what their lives were worth. The courtroom itself was colder than I expected. Dark wood everywhere, the benches, the railings, the big, imposing desk where the judge sat. The flag in here was bigger than the one outside, its colors muted in the artificial light. The ceiling felt too high, the air thin. This was not a place built for comfort. It was built for watching. On one side sat the jury, 12 people and a couple alternates, pulled from our county like names from a hat. There was a retired teacher, a guy in a mechanic's shirt, a woman in a suit who looked like she'd rather be at her office, an older man with a hearing aid that squealed faintly when he shifted. None of them met my eyes when I glanced over. They stared straight ahead, the way people do in elevators. On the other side, behind a little half wall, sat the press. Not just the TV people outside, but local reporters from the paper, a blogger I'd never heard of, some true crime podcast guy with a small recorder on his lap. Their pens and fingers moved faster than anyone else's. The judge was an older man with a face like worn-out leather, white hair that still tried to sit up straight, black robe, glasses perched halfway down his nose. He had that look some older men get, equal parts tired and stubborn, like he'd seen enough human stupidity to last 3 lifetimes, but was still willing to sit there and referee one more round. When they brought Mark in, the room got noticeably quieter. He wore a county orange jumpsuit, the kind that never fits anyone right. His hair had been cut short in jail, military style, which made his ears stick out more. Without the scruffy hair hanging in his face, his features looked sharper, more angular. There was a hint of stubble on his jaw, just enough to make him look like he hadn't slept in days. His hands were cuffed in front of him, the metal catching the light as he shuffled to his seat beside his attorney. He did not look at me. I don't know if that was a choice or if someone had told him not to. His attorney was a public defender, thin and pale, dark hair slicked back too carefully. He wore a suit that was a half shade too shiny, the way cheap fabric gets under office lights. His tie was crooked and stayed that way the whole trial. No one bothered to fix it. He had a stack of folders in front of him and the tired, slightly panicked look of a man who knows he brought a butter knife to a gunfight. The prosecutor, by contrast, looked like he'd been cast for the role. Crisp, dark suit, neat haircut, tie knotted so tight it could have been bulletproof. He spoke in that measured, confident tone people use when they know the room will bend to them. His legal pad was full of neat, underlined notes. His shoes were polished. He probably slept fine that week. Courtroom sound has a rhythm of its own. There's the soft, all rise when the judge comes in and the scrape of benches as everyone stands. The shuffle of papers, the low murmur of the clerk reading charges, the tiny coughs and throat clears that people do when they're nervous but trying to be quiet. The clack of the stenographer's keys as she turns words into little coded marks, capturing everything. When the prosecutor started presenting the case, his voice cut through the room like a steady metronome. He talked about dates and times first, the 911 call, the arrival of officers, the pronouncement of death. Then he brought in the experts, one by one. To turn the facts into a story everyone could nod along to, the medical examiner took the stand. A man in his 50s with careful hands and a calm voice. He used terms like blunt force trauma and cranial fractures and subdural hemorrhage. He did not raise his voice. He did not dramatize. He just listed injuries like items on a grocery receipt. For each blow, he gave them a number. The number of strikes, the estimated force, the angle of impact, given the pattern of fractures, he said, pointing to diagrams instead of pictures. Thank God. We can estimate at least 5 separate impacts to the head region for the older child. The younger child's injuries are consistent with multiple impacts as well, possibly with a softer surface such as a pillow over the face while striking. Every number felt like it was being drilled into my memory, a nail going in clean and slow. 5. Multiple. The phrases stacked on top of each other, building a structure I did not want. The jury took notes. Some flinched. One woman pressed her lips together until they went white. Then came the crime scene tech. She walked them through the photographs I'd already seen: the hall, the crib, the basement. She talked about blood spatter, about height and force and directionality, about the way droplets told their own story even when mouths refused to. Her voice never shook. Every time she mentioned the baby monitor, the prosecutor would glance at me, briefly, as if to check if I was still upright. The tape they played, the same one the detective had let me hear in that small room, sounded different in the courtroom. The acoustics made the static larger, more enveloping. Lily's cry came through the speakers thinner than she deserved. When the 3 heavy thuds hit, even people who hadn't seen the pictures stiffened. Somebody in the jury box put a hand over their mouth when Mark's voice came out of that hiss, saying that line. You don't understand how loud it is. They played it only once. Everyone heard it. Everyone looked at him in the same instant. He stared at the table. Then it was the public defender's turn. He stood up, straightened his too shiny jacket, and walked slowly toward the jury as if he were stepping over something delicate. He tried. I'll give him that. He pulled out every word people like to hear when they're looking for a reason not to hate someone entirely. Troubled, he said. Fragile. A history of alcoholism. Mental health challenges that went untreated. A traumatic childhood. He talked about Mark's father, strict, violent, more fists than hugs. He talked about a mother who drank herself to the edge of oblivion. He talked about the humiliation of failing out of the National Guard, about the shame of losing job after job, about couches and spare rooms and the slow erosion of self. He tried to pour all of that into the space between Mark and what he'd done, as if enough sad facts could build a bridge over the blood. He was under incredible stress. The defender said, financial, emotional. He was left alone, night after night, with responsibilities he wasn't prepared for. He had no support, no tools, no treatment for his obvious issues. The tragedy that unfolded was not the act of a monster, but of a deeply broken man who snapped under unbearable pressure. I felt Hannah stiffen beside me at that, her fingers digging into my wrist, hard enough to leave marks. Unbearable pressure, as if we hadn't been living in the same house, as if we hadn't been doing the same math with the same empty bank account. The prosecutor let him talk. Then, when it was his turn again, he walked up to the witness stand where Mark sat and asked the question that mattered most. Mr. Avery. He said that was the name they used in court, not Mark, not your roommate. They put a last name on him, wrapped him in some leftover dignity. You have heard the medical examiner's testimony. You have heard the recording from the baby monitor. You have seen the photographs. Do you dispute that you were the one who inflicted those injuries on Tyler and Lily Mark's hands were resting on the rail in front of him? Fingers threaded together. They were thinner than I remembered. Veins more pronounced under the skin. He didn't look at anyone when he answered. No. He said. His voice sounded small without cinder block walls or static to bounce off of, smaller than it ever had in our duplex, smaller than it had on that tape. The prosecutor nodded slightly. Then I have only one other question for you, he said, stepping a little closer. Why the word hung there, simple and impossible, for a long moment. Mark said nothing. He stared down at his hands, at the chain of his cuff looping across his lap. His tongue moved in his cheek. I watched his shoulders rise and fall with one slow breath. When he finally spoke, he did not sound like a man searching for forgiveness. He did not sound like someone wrestling with regret. He sounded tired. The baby wouldn't stop crying. He said, his voice didn't crack. It didn't rise. It didn't even carry any particular anger. Just 6 words laid flat on the table between us all, as if that was an answer you could put a period after. In the silence that followed, you could hear the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights, the shift of someone's shoe against the floor, the creak of wood as a juror shifted. The court recorder's keys clacked as she transcribed that sentence into the permanent record. The baby wouldn't stop crying. When people talk about courtroom drama on TV, they always show the big speeches, the judge banging the gavel, shouting for order, lawyers pacing, shouting objections, gasps from the gallery. Real life is quieter, more surgical. The jury went out. They stayed gone long enough that I started to imagine hung juries and mistrials and retrials and years of this. Then they came back. Guilty, the foreman said, on each count, in a voice that did not tremble. When it was time for sentencing, the judge took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose for a long time, as if trying to wipe off the images from the file they'd put in front of him. He talked about the seriousness of the crimes, about the ages of the victims, about the trust betrayed. You were invited into this family's home, he said, staring down at Mark. You were given shelter. You were entrusted with the care of their children. The violence you inflicted on them is beyond comprehension. There is no sentence I can impose that will bring them back or truly balance the scales. His voice was old, but there was steel in it. He sentenced Mark to multiple life terms, consecutive, not concurrent. He attached a minimum number, because the law demanded specifics 35 years before parole eligibility, stacked in a way that made the math sound impossible. At your age, the judge said, words measured and slow, it is likely that you will die in prison. I clung to that line like a life raft. Likely. Will. Die in prison. The words echoed in my head even after the gavel came down with a dull crack that sounded more like a branch breaking under snow than anything official. In my mind, that was the end of him. They let him out in chains. The reporters surged up when we left, asking how we felt, what we thought of the sentence. Did we feel justice had been served? Hannah ignored them. I said nothing. It didn't matter. They would write their stories anyway. Monster gets life. Community relieved. Justice for 2 lost children. I went home to an empty house that wasn't ours anymore, and eventually, to another house that never quite felt like mine. And I tried to build a life around the idea that the man who had murdered my children was locked somewhere I would never have to think about. I took comfort in that old man's voice saying, "You will likely die in prison, the way some people take comfort in prayer." Years later, I would learn how carefully you have to listen to words like that. I found out slowly, in pieces. A headline in a local paper forwarded by someone who still lived back there. A segment on the news about overcrowding and reform. A casual mention in a call with a victim's liaison who assumed I'd already heard. They moved him, I was told, from one facility to another. He'd changed his name once inside, picked something bland and forgettable. He'd gotten sober, at least on paper. He'd attended programs, filled out worksheets, talked to counselors. The words rehabilitation and progress and institutional behavior started showing up in the same sentences as his file number. Most importantly, buried in the policies and clauses and exceptions, was this under certain conditions, with documented good behavior and participation in approved programs. An inmate's eligibility for parole review could be considered earlier than the original minimum. Not guaranteed, not promised, just possible. Likely die in prison was not a spell. It was not a curse. It was not a guarantee nailed to the cell door. It was just another sound that had been easier to hear than the truth in this system. There is almost no such thing as forever. 5.1. Moving out, but never fully leaving. Once the trial was over and the papers had their headlines and the town decided what they thought of us, the duplex became a problem no one wanted to own. The landlord tried, for a while, to pretend it was just another unit. He sent a letter through the victim's advocate at the DA's office. Something about repairs and eventual reletting. Then, quietly, he put it on the market. Houses with crime scene tape in their history don't move fast. And when they do, it's at a discount so steep you can feel the drop in your stomach. We didn't stay to watch it. The state, the church, some victim fund I never fully understood between all of them. They scraped together enough to get us into a small ranch house across town. People donated furniture, dishes, gift cards to Target and Walmart, like they could fill the emptiness with objects. Before we left, though, there was the business of packing up our life from the place where it had ended. The first few trips, I was barely functional. Friends and relatives swarmed in, hauling boxes, dismantling beds, carrying out drawers of clothes. They moved through the rooms like ants, talking in soft, careful voices, as if the wrong syllable might set something off. We bought cardboard boxes from Home Depot, bright orange logos on the sides, and stacked them in the living room. People wrapped our plates and glasses in yesterday's sports section and the classifieds ink coming off on their fingers as if newsprint could protect anything. The sound of crumpling paper filled the house, a constant rustle. I tried not to look at the floor too much. The carpet in the hallway was gone. They'd cut out a long rectangular section from just inside the front door down to the kids' room, ripping it up like a bandage. In its place was bare subfloor, stained in a way bleach couldn't touch, seams showing where one board met another. Someone had laid cheap runner rugs over it, a half-hearted attempt to make it less obvious, but they bunched and slid every time anyone stepped on them. In the living room, there were pale rectangles on the walls where pictures had hung. The TV left a shadow. Tyler's drawings, once taped to the fridge, sat in a neat pile on the table. Crayon suns, crooked stick people, clouds that looked like cotton balls with legs. Every scrape of a chair on the floor made me flinch. Every box thumped down too hard was a sound I had to translate, not a body. Just books, not a head against a wall, just a lamp in bubble wrap. Hannah packed like she was trying to outrun something. She moved from room to room with a roll of tape around her wrist, hair tied up, eyes red but dry. She didn't linger over anything. Toys went into bins, clothes went into bags. There was no sorting, no deciding what to keep or toss. If it was physically in the house, it went into a box. "We'll go through it later," she kept saying, to herself more than to me. "We'll figure it out later." Later always sounds like a safe word until it shows up. The last time I went back inside the duplex, it was just me and a uniformed officer, just to make sure you didn't leave anything important. The victim's liaison had said, "We can have someone go with you. You don't have to go alone." I should have taken that as a sign not to go at all. Instead, I said yes. The officer was young, younger than me by a decade at least. His badge still looked too shiny, his belt too heavy on his hips. He'd probably drawn the short straw for escort duty and was trying to act like it was just another task. The house felt different with all the furniture gone. Our voices echoed slightly when we spoke, and even small sounds carried. The hum of the fridge was gone. They'd unplugged it. The living room was just empty space with a few dust bunnies in the corners and a couple of unclaimed Cheerios ground into the carpet. It smelled like bleach and fresh paint. They'd tried to erase things with chemicals and rollers, slapping new layers over old stains. Underneath that sharp, clean smell was something else faint, metallic, stubborn. My nose had learned it too well to be fooled. "Where do you want to start?" the officer asked. "I just want to make sure," I said, and my voice trailed off. I didn't know what I wanted to make sure of. That no ghost of us had been left in a drawer. That no stray sock was clinging to a baseboard. That the house really was empty, except for the things no one could touch. We walked down the hallway. My footsteps sounded wrong. They should have been softened by carpet. But on the exposed boards and runner rugs, they were sharper, hollow. One of the boards creaked under my weight, a short, complaining sound. "There's concrete under there," I said, more to myself than to him. "This shouldn't creak. Old houses do weird stuff," he said lightly. But his eyes flicked down to the floor like he wished I hadn't pointed it out. We passed the kids' room. It was bare now, 4 yellow walls and an empty closet. The duck decals were gone, scrubbed off or painted over. A square of the wall was slightly brighter than the rest where the crib had once blocked the light. Sunlight from the window hit the carpet, making individual fibers stand out. I stood in the doorway and listened. It was quiet in the way empty houses are quiet. No TV, no AC, no fridge, no upstairs neighbor's footsteps. Just the faint hiss of air moving through vents and the low hum of the officer's radio at his shoulder. Turned down so low it was more vibration than sound. And yet, behind all of that, there was something else, a soft shh, right at the edge of hearing. The kind of noise you'd ignore in a full room but notice when everything else is gone. My skin prickled. I knew that sound. It lived in my bones now. The hiss of a baby monitor's speaker catching all the noise it wasn't supposed to and spitting it back out. The officer shifted and his radio crackled, covering it. When the static from his mic died, the other static was gone too, swallowed up like it had never been there. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Just weird seeing it like this." He nodded. "I get that." I grabbed a box of odds and ends I'd missed before old bills. A pair of shoes, some magnets from the fridge, and we worked our way back toward the front. The living room was empty, except for a couple of flattened cardboard boxes against the wall. The kitchen had nothing left but cabinets and the ghost outlines of appliances. We were almost at the door when it happened. 3 sounds, in quick succession, from the wall to my right. Not loud, but distinct. A hollow thump repeated in a rhythm I'd heard too many times to mistake. Bitch, bitch, bitch. If you've never spent months of your life memorizing the noises a house can make, you might think it was pipes, or someone closing a cabinet on the other side, or a car door outside. But there was nothing mechanical about it. It was the sound of a fist, or something like one, hitting drywall at a particular spot, just high enough to be level with a child's head. I stopped dead. The officer walked one more step before he realized I wasn't next to him. He turned, brows creasing. "You all right?" he asked. "You didn't hear that," I said. Hear what I stared at the wall. It was freshly painted. The dent the crime scene photos had shown me was patched over, sanded smooth. Color matched as best a budget could manage. If you hadn't known, you'd never have guessed that anything had happened there other than someone moving a piece of furniture too roughly once upon a time. "No," he said slowly. "I didn't hear anything." "You okay?" "Sir," I nodded, though nothing about me felt okay. "Yeah," I said. "Just thought I heard something." He watched me for a second longer, like he was trying to decide if I was going to break in front of him. Then he let it go. On the way out, my eyes tracked the hallway one last time, the patched wall, the thin rugs over the scar in the floor, the empty doorway to the room where my kids had slept. The house pretended to be brand new under the paint and bleach. The bones knew better. We closed the door for the last time. The latch clicked. The officer locked it and handed the key back to someone at the station later that day. Eventually, it went to a bank, then to a buyer who knew what had happened and decided they could live with it, or thought they could. We moved into the ranch house. It was nothing like the duplex, 1 story, vinyl siding that hadn't been scarred yet, a little chain link fence around the backyard. The carpet was a different color, more gray than beige. The heater rattled differently. The neighbors were farther away. Their fights didn't come through the walls. People kept telling us how fresh it felt, how good it would be to have a new start. We bought new things, a different couch, a TV that didn't hum as loud, dishes that hadn't belonged to anyone else. I slept in a different bedroom, tucked my shirts into a different closet, learned the way this house creaked in the wind, and still, in the middle of the night, I would bolt upright in bed because I'd heard a child crying in the walls. Not loud, not the all-out wail that had driven him crazy, just a soft, distant sob, the kind a kid makes when they're trying not to wake anyone up. It would thread itself into the sound of the furnace kicking on and on, hide in the rattle of the ducts, blend with the distant rumble of a semi on the highway. I'd sit there in the dark, heart pounding, listening. Sometimes it would fade into nothing, leaving me with the sound of my own breathing and the faint tick of the digital alarm clock. Sometimes it would morph into something else. Water hammer in the pipes, a tree branch scraping the siding, the refrigerator cycling. Every sound became suspect. Footsteps overhead in a one-story house, knocks in the baseboards, the small, steady beep of the microwave when it finished its cycle, sounding too much like a monitor reaching the end of a tape. The duplex became someone else's problem on paper. In reality, I never fully left it. That last day in the empty house, standing in the hallway with my hand against a freshly patched wall, hearing 3 soft thuds. Only I seemed to notice that was when I realized something I didn't want to put into words. Whatever we'd let into our home when we handed Mark a key had not stayed neatly inside the timeline the court drew on a whiteboard. It had got into the bones of the place. And when we moved, it felt like some part of it moved with me. 5.2. Marriage on mute, and anxiety on max volume. The ranch house was supposed to be a fresh start, but we moved into it like 2 people carrying a body between them and pretending it was luggage. At first, Hannah tried to make it look like a home. She picked out a new shower curtain with blue stripes, stuck magnets on the fridge, bought a cheap rug with a pattern she said would hide stains better. She arranged the couch and TV, moved them, then moved them back, chasing some feeling she never found. Then she stopped trying. The depression fell on her slow, like a heavy blanket. She slept late, then napped on the couch. She would stand in the kitchen with a mug of coffee going cold in her hands, staring at nothing. Sometimes I'd talk for a full minute before she seemed to notice I was there. We learned there were certain things we couldn't have in the house anymore. No commercials with baby laughter. She'd switch the channel the second she heard that high-pitched giggle, her thumb white on the remote. No shows with families and toddlers running around. Sitcoms became landmines. We cut the cord and relied on DVDs, things we could control. Grocery runs became surgical strikes. At Walmart, we avoided the baby aisle like it was quarantined. No diapers, no formula, no tiny clothes on tiny hangers. If an employee parked a restocking cart there and we had to pass the end cap, she'd turn her face away, eyes locked on the floor tiles. "I can't," she'd mutter. "Not today. I can't." The sound of small children in public hit her like a physical blow. A kid shrieking in the next aisle over, a toddler whining in a cart, a baby crying in line. I'd see her go rigid, shoulders up, jaw clenched, hands curling into fists like she wanted to hit herself just to drown it out. So we built our life around avoiding those sounds. My relationship with sound went the other direction. If hers was avoidance, mine was control. I couldn't stand sudden noises anymore. A pan dropped in the sink turned my stomach. A door slammed made my heart jump hard enough to hurt. If someone banged a cabinet too loud, it felt like the hallway wall all over again. Jesus, relax. Hannah snapped once after she accidentally shut a cupboard harder than she meant to, and I flinched like I'd been struck. "It's just a door." "Yeah," I said. "I know. I didn't." The therapist called it hypervigilance. His office was on the 2nd floor of a brick building above a dentist. The waiting room smelled like old magazines and mint from whatever they pumped upstairs. The chairs were soft in a way that made my back hurt. There was a small machine in the corner on a shelf that made a constant shh sound, white noise, to protect privacy so people in the hall couldn't hear you cry. The irony of sitting in a room on purpose with fake static playing in the background wasn't lost on me. He had that calm counselor voice, the kind that never quite matches the weight of what you're saying. Neutral-colored sweater, glasses, a notepad he wrote on even when I wasn't talking, like he was taking notes on the air. "What you're experiencing," he said during one session, tapping the pen lightly against his pad, "is consistent with post-traumatic stress. Your nervous system is on high alert, especially around sound. Your brain is scanning for patterns, trying to protect you by replaying the threat." He'd say things like that, like he was reading the side of a pill bottle, matter of fact, clinical. "Your mind learned that certain sounds predicted danger," he said. Crying, thuds, the monitor. Now, even when you're in a safe environment, it reacts as if the danger is still present. I almost laughed. "Safe environment." I repeated, "You mean my house?" He nodded. "You're not in that duplex anymore. The man who hurt your children is incarcerated. The threat has passed, but your body hasn't caught up yet. It thinks it's doing its job by warning you." It made sense on paper. In my skin, it felt like bullshit, because my body wasn't hearing things from that duplex by mistake. The ranch had its own sound map, the heater kicking on with a metallic cough, the fridge humming and clicking off, the ice maker dumping a load into the tray at 2 a.m. There was a tree in the backyard that scraped its branches against the siding on windy nights. A slow, complaining drag that sounded like fingernails on a coffin lid if you were half asleep. At first, I tried to drown it all out. I left the TV on from the moment I got home from work until the moment I fell asleep. News, then reruns, then infomercials in the small hours selling knives and exercise equipment. It didn't matter what it was. I just needed noise. Hannah hated it. "Can we have 5 minutes without that thing?" she'd snap, gesturing at the screen. "Just 5 minutes of quiet is when it starts." I wanted to tell her. "Instead," I said, "it helps me sleep," and turned the volume down a couple of notches. Eventually, she started sleeping in the spare room. She said the light from the TV bothered her, said my tossing and turning kept her up. We didn't fight about it. We didn't fight about much of anything by then. We just let more and more topics slide into the spaces between us until one day there were more spaces than topics. Silence grew in the house in the places where marriage used to be. But the thing about constant TV is that it isn't really constant. Between scenes, between commercials, in the breath between someone's last word and the laugh track, there are little pockets of dead silence. Half seconds where the show cuts from one thing to another and, for that heartbeat, nothing at all plays. Those are the moments when the other sounds slip in. I'd be half dozing on the couch, some cop show murmuring in the background. When the scene would cut away, street noise gone, dialogue cut, soundtrack on pause, and in that instant I'd hear it. A tiny tapping sound. The light. Repeated click of something hard on wood. Not loud enough to be the pipes, too focused to be branches. The exact rhythm of a fingernail tapping against the slats of a crib. Tap, 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 tap. By the time the next scene came on, sirens blaring, voices shouting it would be gone. Or I'd hear a small hiccup in the thin air between commercials. Not my own breath, not a car outside, just a soft, involuntary little gulp of air. The exact sound Lily used to make when she'd cried herself tired, and her body hadn't figured out how to transition back to normal breathing yet. The therapist said memory was powerful. It can recreate sensory experiences with great detail. He said, "Smell, taste, sound. Your mind is filling in gaps." I didn't know how to tell him that sometimes it felt like the gap came first, and then something else stepped into it. The marriage broke in stages. Like everything else, we stopped cooking together. We stopped going anywhere together that didn't involve paperwork. We stopped touching except by accident. The subject of having more kids was a minefield we never even stepped into. Eventually, Hannah put a couple of suitcases near the door and started sleeping at her sister's more nights than she slept at the ranch. When she finally said, "I can't do this anymore," there wasn't a fight, just a tired, hollow acceptance. "I see you everywhere in this house," she said, "and I see them, and I see him, and I hear it, and I can't keep living like this. I hear it too." I said. "Then why are you staying?" she asked. Because leaving twice felt like an admission that there was nowhere left to run. Because I didn't have the energy to uproot again. Because I thought this problem was me in my head and that no zip code would fix it. We signed papers. We divided what little there was to divide. She took some furniture, some dishes, her clothes, her car. I kept the house because someone had to keep paying for it. She moved into an apartment across town with thinner walls and different neighbors. I stayed and kept the TV on and went to therapy and pretended that was movement. We didn't have kids to fight over. Not anymore. The court didn't have to draw custody lines through people who weren't there. The sounds did not get better after she left. If anything, they got louder. One night, I fell asleep in the recliner with the TV off a mistake. I don't remember turning it off. Maybe the power flickered. Maybe I got brave and tried silence on purpose. Either way, I drifted off in the dark living room, the only light coming from the digital clock on the cable box. What woke me wasn't a cry or a thud. It was a beep, sharp, high, and brief. A single tone, right at the frequency designed to cut through sleep. If you've ever had an old baby monitor, you know it. The low battery warning. The little chirp the receiver gives when it wants you to notice it's dying, so your kid's sounds don't cut out in the middle of the night. Beep. I sat up so fast the recliner lurched. My heart slammed into my throat. The house was dark and still. The heater was off. The fridge hummed. A car passed outside, tires hissing on the street. Beep. This time, I could place it. Down the hall, near the bedrooms. Not loud, but piercing. Familiar in the worst way. My body moved on muscle memory. I got up, feet cold on the laminate, and walked toward the sound. The hallway was a thin tunnel of dim. The nightlight I'd plugged in out of habit cast a weak glow on the floor. The walls loomed closer in the dark. Beep. It came as I passed my own bedroom door. The sound seemed to come from further down, near the room that used to be the spare, the one that had never been a nursery here, the one that never held a crib. I flipped the light on. Nothing. Just the bed, the dresser, the box of junk I kept telling myself I'd sort. No electronics, no LEDs, no plastic devices with little antennas. I opened the closet, pushed coats aside, moved a stack of shoeboxes. Beep. It was right behind my ear and nowhere at the same time. My skin crawled. I yanked open drawers, pulled things out, dug through piles, old phone chargers, a broken smoke detector, a dead alarm clock. I checked every outlet. Nothing was plugged in except the lamp and the power strip for the TV in the other room. I tore through the hall closet, towels, sheets, a vacuum that rattled when I bumped it. The sound didn't repeat. I ended up standing in the middle of the hallway in my socks and t-shirt, breathing hard, surrounded by open doors and disturbed piles. The house tilted around me like a stage set. I realized, in that ugly little moment, that I hadn't owned a baby monitor since the night they put my children in body bags. We'd never bought another one. Never needed to. Never would. Whatever had beeped me awake was not a device. It was just the house or whatever was in it, kindly letting me know the battery on something you thought was dead was still not quite empty. 5.3, Emma, and the memories we never told her. By the time Emma was old enough to ask real questions, the duplex was a place we referred to the way other people talked about a bad storm. Something that had blown through, wrecked everything, and then moved on, leaving us in another town with donated furniture and a story we never told the same way twice. She was 6 weeks old the night it happened, barely there, more bundle than person. The detectives and the social workers kept saying things like, "She won't remember and she's lucky," as if any of us were. They said babies' minds are soft and unfinished, that you can pick them up out of one life and put them into another, and they'll just grow around it like a tree around old barbed wire. Maybe that's true for some kids. We did our best to build her life on a clean floor. In the ranch house, we did not hang pictures of Tyler and Lily on the walls. Not at first. Their photos lived in a shoebox in the back of my closet, under quilts and tax returns. It felt cruel to surround Emma with faces she would never meet, like introducing her to ghosts and calling them family. When people asked how many kids we had, Hannah learned to say one without flinching. When they pushed, when they asked the small talk questions, any others, just the one she'd say. We lost 2 in an accident and changed the subject. No one wanted details beyond that. We kept the story simple. We told Emma. We kept the story simple. We told Emma the same version when she was old enough to need an answer. We had a son and a daughter before you. I told her once when she was maybe 5. Hair in messy pigtails, legs too short to reach the floor from the kitchen chair. There was an accident. They got hurt. They're not with us anymore. Like Grandma, she asked. Yeah, I said. Like Grandma. She nodded, processing that, and went back to coloring. Kids accept what you give them if you say it calmly enough, at least on the outside. Inside, something else was apparently happening. Little things started slipping through when she was 7 or 8. The age when kids' imaginations start to stretch, when their drawings get weirder and their questions get sharper. She'd say things that didn't belong to her. Once, we were at a friend's house for a barbecue. Their youngest had a nursery painted yellow, the walls covered in duck decals. They thought it was cute. Emma had never been there before. We were standing in the hallway when the mom swung the nursery door open to show off the crib, the mobile, the pile of stuffed animals. Emma stiffened beside me. Her hand found my wrist and clamped down. "I don't like the yellow room with ducks," she said quietly. "You've never been in here." The mom laughed. "We just finished it." Emma ignored her. She looked past the crib, past the dresser, toward the corner where the baby monitor sat, different brand, different shape, but still the same small plastic ear on a shelf. She looked like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. Later that night, back at home, I asked her what she meant. "What's wrong with the duck room?" I said, trying to sound casual. She shrugged, suddenly shy. "I just don't like it." "Why not?" She hesitated, then said, "It makes my head hurt." like when babies cry for a long time. She'd never seen Lily's room. We'd never shown her the photos. We'd never even told her what color we'd painted those walls. I chalked it up to coincidence. Kids and ducks, kids and yellow. It was easy enough. The next one was harder to explain away. We were in the basement of my sister's house that Christmas, her basement, not mine. The ranch I lived in had no downstairs, just a crawl space under the floor. Emma had never had a basement of her own, so she loved poking around in other people's. The smell of concrete and laundry detergent and cardboard seemed like an adventure to her. She was roaming around near the water heater while the adults sat at the card table playing a slow, depressing game of holiday Uno. Someone leaned over and lit a cigarette, cracking the basement window to puff the smoke out into the cold. Emma wrinkled her nose. "I don't like that smell," she said. "You don't like smoke?" my sister said, flicking ash into a plastic cup. "Good. Hold on to that." Emma shook her head. "Not the smoke. The other smell, like wet and old and like when you go down the stairs at the duplex." The cards in my hand went slick. "We don't have a duplex," my sister said lightly. "We've got a split-level, fancy word for ugly basement." Emma ignored her. She wandered back toward us, eyes unfocused, like she was somewhere else in her head. "That man with the cigarette smells like our basement at the duplex," she announced, then grabbed a cookie and went back to her game. My sister frowned at me. "What's she talking about? I don't know," I said, which was technically true. I didn't know how she knew. She'd been 6 weeks old when they pulled her out of that house, wrapped in a paramedic's blanket, carried up those stairs past the washer where Mark had been sitting with his own cigarette burning down to nothing. There were more moments like that over the years. Little phrases dropped like ice cubes into conversations. "I don't like that song," she'd say if a baby cried on TV in the background. Which song, I'd ask. The machine song, the hiss song. She never remembered saying those things later. As she grew into a teenager, Emma became her own person in other ways. Dark hair, she dyed lighter, then darker again. Headphones on more than off. Sketchbook always in her backpack. Page edges frayed from being flipped too often. We tried to keep the past packaged away. The box with the kids' things stayed in my closet until the day I forgot to push it far enough back. She was 15 when she found it. I came home from work to find the shoebox on the kitchen table. Its lid off. The contents spread in a careful line, a tiny yellow onesie with a duck on the front. A pair of faded Spider-Man pajama pants. The old baby monitor receiver. Scratched and dull. Its antenna bent. "Dad," she called from her room. "What is this?" My heart dropped before my feet carried me down the hall. She was sitting cross-legged on her bed, the matching transmitter unit in her lap. It still had a little bit of tape stuck to the side where I'd written Lily's room in black marker years ago. "I told you," I said, the words coming out too fast. "We lost 2 kids. Before you. Those were their things." Her face did something complicated. "Why didn't you ever tell me their names?" she asked softly. I realized then that we hadn't. Not out loud. Not to her. Their names lived in court documents and grave markers and the inside of my skull, but we'd never given them to her cleanly, as facts. "Tyler," I said, "and Lily." She touched the onesie with the tips of her fingers, like it might crumble. There was a fight later that night about secrets and lies and what we thought we were protecting her from. She yelled that the internet existed, that she could have looked it up, that half the town remembered when those kids got murdered, and we were idiots to think she wouldn't find out eventually. She wasn't wrong. We left the box out on purpose after that, as some misguided gesture toward openness. She could look if she wanted to. She could ignore it if she didn't. That night, she told me later, she decided she wanted to know. She said she sat on her bed with the baby monitor in her hands, studying it the way she'd stare at old cameras in thrift stores. Plastic, yellowed around the edges, buttons that had lost their labels, a battery compartment that had to be pried open with a fingernail. It shouldn't have worked. We hadn't bought batteries for it in more than a decade. The metal contacts inside were probably corroded. She told me she didn't put any batteries in it. She just stared at it until she fell asleep with it still on the blanket beside her. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, she woke up. First, she said, she heard static. Not from her phone, she'd fallen asleep with that on the dresser, unplugged. Not from the TV, she hadn't turned it on. It was a thin, continuous hiss, like someone had tuned an old radio to a dead station and left it there. It was coming from the baby monitor. She said the red LED light on the front was glowing, faint but steady. The speaker grill vibrated under her palm when she touched it, in the hiss. After a few seconds, came a sound, a man's voice. Not shouting, not singing, just repeating the same words over and over in a hoarse whisper. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. She couldn't tell if it was a plea or an order. She listened until the hair on her arms stood up, until the room felt too small. Then, she says, the monitor beeped once high and sharp. The low battery chirp and went dead. The light clicked off. The static cut. The room was silent except for her own breathing. When she told me this, she watched my face the way you watch a fuse burn down to see if it hit something. Did you dream it? I asked her. Because that's what you ask when your kid tells you something you don't have a category for. She shrugged. Maybe. She said, it felt real. She started drawing more after that. Not just the usual sketchbook stuff faces, trees, the occasional anime character. Something darker threaded through. Hallways, doors, stairs, one evening. She left her sketchbook on the coffee table when she went to take a shower. Old habits die hard. I told myself I was just moving it so it wouldn't get spilled on. It fell open to a page near the middle. The drawing took my breath away. It was our old hallway, not labeled as such, not traced from photos, just lines and shading and angles, but my body recognized it even if my brain wanted to deny it. The narrow corridor, the low ceiling, the way the light from the front door spilled in and pooled in the middle. The floor in the picture was shaded darker down the center, spreading out like a stain. She'd sketched the outline of the bathroom door, the kids' room door, the patched spot on the wall. She had never been old enough to see any of that and remember it. We never showed her the crime scene images. At the far end of the drawing, where the hallway turned toward the kitchen and the basement door would have been. She'd added something else, a flight of stairs, leading down into a black rectangle. At the bottom of the stairs, half in shadow, sat a figure, a man, slouched against an invisible machine, one arm draped over a bent knee, a cigarette between two fingers, a thin trail of smoke curling up and vanishing into the shading. His head tilted slightly, like he was listening for something above him. In the drawing, he had no eyes, where they should have been. She'd drawn empty sockets, not gory, not dripping, just hollow, filled in with dense, flat black. I knew that composition. I'd seen it from the other side of a manila folder in a room filled with fluorescent hum and the smell of old coffee. A crime scene text photo, the hallway, the stain, the stairs, the man at the bottom. Emma had never been in that room. She had never seen that photo. Her sketch sat on my coffee table, graphite and paper, a copy of something she should not have been able to remember. I closed the book gently and set it back where she'd left it. In that moment, standing alone in my living room, with the sound of the dishwasher sloshing in the background and the distant hum of the highway coming through the windows, I realized something I had managed not to think too hard about. The house hadn't just followed me. It had been whispering into my daughter's ear. 2, 6, 1, the parole notice. And the first real knock. The thing about that email is that it did not stop existing when I closed my phone in the break room. It rode home with me. After I picked my meatloaf off the floor and mumbled something about not feeling great to my supervisor, I finished the shift on autopilot, stocking shelves, scanning barcodes, nodding at customers whose voices sounded like they were coming through a wall. Every time my phone buzzed in my pocket for a coupon, for a weather alert, my lungs clenched around his name before I even checked. When I finally clocked out, the parking lot was a rectangle of sodium yellow light and black patches of oil. My car sat under one of the lights, paint dull, windshield streaked from a half-hearted squeegee job days ago. I unlocked it, slid in, and shut the door. The silence inside the car was instant and unnatural, like someone had closed a lid on me. I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel for a full minute, watching my breath fog the glass. The break room microwave beep still rang in my head. So did the sentence from the email, inmate number 44,719 AK. A mark. Avery has been approved for parole. My phone sat face down on the passenger seat. A little black stone. I picked it up, opened it. The email was still there, waiting. Black letters on a white screen, framed by a logo from the state's Department of Corrections and Community. Something supervising. Services. Safety. They loved their S words. There was my name at the top, Dear Victim Contact Name. It made me feel like an entry on a spreadsheet. There was his number, his full name, the line about successful parole hearing, the line about anticipated release. The words didn't move or change no matter how many times I read them on that drive home. The road from Walmart to my house is mostly straight. 4 lanes narrowing to 2 as you leave the strip malls and chain restaurants behind and head into the older part of town. Dollar Generals and liquor stores give way to ranch houses and overgrown yards. Streetlights get farther apart. The radio played something forgettable. I kept turning it up and down without realizing I was doing it, chasing some volume where the hiss of the speakers would drown out my own thoughts. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sky was a flat, low gray. The porch light I'd put on a timer clicked on just as I killed the engine, throwing a circle of warm light across the concrete and the patchy grass beyond. My mailbox leaned to one side, someone having backed into it months ago. I still hadn't fixed it. It looked like it was trying to walk away. Inside, the house smelled like stale coffee and the faint ghost of the frozen pizza I'd burned 2 nights before. I dropped my keys in the bowl by the door, toed off my boots, and walked straight to the kitchen table, where the laptop sat like an old dog that hadn't been walked enough. I set the phone down next to it and opened the laptop. The fan whirred to life with a small, desperate sound. The screen glowed blue. Then desktop, bills, spam, news headlines, all the normal noise of modern life. Then I pulled the email up again, this time on a bigger screen. Victim notification, inmate parole status update. The subject line looked sterile, harmless, like something you'd get about a credit card. The body wasn't long. The state doesn't waste ink on feelings. This is an automated notification to inform you that inmate number 44719 Mark Avery has had a change in custody status. Parole hearing outcome approved. Projected release date. Date. Facility North Ridge Correctional Center. If you wish to submit a victim impact statement regarding this decision, please reply to this email or call. The rest blurred phone numbers, links, a paragraph about how the state understands the impact of violent crime and values the safety of victims and communities. Words smoothed by lawyers until they didn't catch on anything. My eyes stuck on the line that mattered most. Projected release date. It was closer than I would have guessed. Sooner than my body had expected to have to deal with this particular brand of nausea. My heart was beating hard enough that I could feel it in my ears, in my throat, in the soft hollow just under my ribs. The kitchen ticked around me, the clock on the wall, the cooling elements in the oven, the fridge kicking on with a low groan. Normal house sounds. I didn't trust any of them. I closed the laptop, went through the motions of my evening like someone running a drill. Microwave dinner, fork scraping the plate, TV on, some show about people buying houses they couldn't afford. The narrator's voice was too cheerful. The couple's laughter sounded like it had been recorded somewhere else and pasted in. I turned the volume up, turned it down, muted the commercials. Each press of the button felt like I was trying to tune the house, like an instrument that wouldn't stay in key. By 10, I gave up on pretending I was going to relax. I brushed my teeth, turned off lights, checked the locks twice, then a third time, fingers lingering on the deadbolt as if I could make it thicker by touching it. In the bedroom, the lamp cast a small puddle of light over the nightstand. The rest of the room was shadows and outlines: the dresser, the door frame, the edge of the closet sliding door. The bed squeaked as I sat, mattress springs protesting the weight they'd gotten used to. I lay down and stared at the ceiling. The digital clock on the dresser read 10:23 in green numbers. The colon between the hours and minutes blinked steadily. An electronic heartbeat. Tick, tick, tick. It took me too long to realize that the clock wasn't making any noise. The ticks were coming from the wall behind the headboard. At first, it was quiet enough that I could pretend it was the house settling. Old wood, temperature changes, nothing. Then it came again, clearer. 3 knocks, not loud, not in a hurry, spaced just far enough apart to be deliberate. Bitch, bitch, bitch. I held my breath. My heart picked up the pattern immediately. Traitor that it is. It started pounding in that same 3-beat rhythm, as if trying to sync up. Bitch bum bum, bitch bum bum, bitch bum bum. I told myself it was the neighbor, someone moving furniture on the other side of the wall, a coat hanger bumping against drywall in the closet. Anything but what my memory supplied: a pillow, a crib, a man's hand. Stop, I whispered. To no one in particular. The house obliged. For a while. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next knock woke me up out of some dreamless nothing. I jerked, heart slamming, throat dry. This time it came from the closet, right where the sliding door met the frame. Bitch, bitch, Bitch! I stared at the dark rectangle of the door, the thin gap at the bottom where light from the hall nightlight seeped in. My mind helpfully supplied images to fill that crack's small feet. A hand, the tip of a cigarette. I didn't get up. Couldn't. My body had gone heavy and useless, pinned to the mattress by fear and exhaustion. The knocks stopped. The house settled back into its regular soundtrack. Refrigerator hum. Heating ducts ticking as they cooled. A car passing outside. Tires whispering on asphalt. A dog barking down the block. I lay there and listened, waiting for the next three. When they came, they were above my headboard, a little higher, like whatever was making them had stood up. Bitch, bitch, bitch. I could feel each one in my teeth. Sleep was a joke after that. I turned the lamp back on and sat in bed with my back to the wall, phone in my hand. The email notification glared up at me like an accusation. I opened the browser. If you stare at a name long enough, it starts to look like nonsense. I typed his into the search bar anyway. Mark Avery, the middle name, the number, inmate number 44,719 parole. My fingers were clumsy, hitting wrong keys. Autofill tried to help like this was any other search. Articles came up, local outlets. A couple of national ones who'd picked the story up years back and then forgot about it. A write-up from some victims' rights group. A piece from 3 months ago that I'd missed. Buried under elections and celebrity divorces. About remarkable efforts in rehabilitation at a certain facility. They quoted staff talking about transformation and restorative justice. They didn't quote the parents. His last name was different in one of the articles. Not Avery. Something softer, less distinctive. A name that wouldn't stick in your head if you heard it over a loudspeaker. The journalist mentioned it offhand in parentheses, formerly known as Ark Avery, like it was a fun fact. It turns out you can shed a name in prison the way a snake sheds skin. You sign up for educational programs, faith-based initiatives, peer counseling. You earn certificates. You accept apologies from yourself. The words model inmate kept showing up. Positive influence. Low risk of reoffense. I could still hear him saying, the baby wouldn't stop crying. More knocks. Fainter now. Like whatever it was had backed up into the hallway. Bitch. 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 My thumb hovered over the home button. I went back to the email. He will be released from Northridge Correctional Center on date. The name of the facility had just been another proper noun earlier. Something my brain filed under far away. Prisons sound distant by default. You like to imagine the people inside them are also far geographically, morally, spiritually. I copied the facility name and opened a new tab. The search results loaded faster than I was ready for. Northridge Correctional Center had a website with stock photos of fences and trees and a mission statement about security and rehabilitation. There was a mailing address, a phone number, directions. Below that, maps. I clicked the first one. The screen filled with the satellite view fields, a cluster of long, low buildings, a perimeter road, a rectangle of gray where the yard was. Zoomed out. It snapped into context. Highway, county roads, small towns. My town. There was my city's name. There was the exit I took every day for work. There was the Walmart, the diner, the neighborhoods between. The facility sat 3, maybe 4 hours up the interstate. Same state, same half of the map, Not the distant corner of the country I'd comforted myself with when I tried not to think about him. Not some desert, some mountain, some coast. Just a few inches away on the screen. Just a few hours if you had gas in the tank and nothing better to do. I zoomed in and out, hand shaking. The knocks on the wall had stopped. The house had gone still. The only sound was the soft churn of the laptop fan and the faint ringing in my own ears. I stared at the little red marker on the map, North Ridge Correctional Center. I realized that for years, I hadn't just been telling myself he was locked up. I'd been telling myself he was somewhere else, somewhere far enough that the distance itself was a barrier, that even if he walked out, he'd stay a dot on a different part of the country. The email on my screen and the map under it told me otherwise. He wasn't just getting out. He was coming back into a world that overlapped with mine, into the same weather system, the same stretch of highway, the same Friday nights at the same kinds of bars. He'd spent decades convincing a system that he had learned how to quiet the noise inside his head. Meanwhile, 3 soft knocks had started up in my walls again the minute they put a date on his freedom. 6.2, the neighbor's baby and the hammer in my hand. They moved in on a bright Saturday, the kind of day that makes you think the world hasn't got any idea what it's done. Young couple, mid-20s maybe. She had a messy bun and a nursing tank top. He had a baseball cap and a nervous smile. Friends helped them carry in a couch still wrapped in plastic, a TV in a cardboard box with the picture of a sunset on the front, a crib broken down into slats and screws. The baby came in last, in one of those car seats that clip into a stroller. All I saw at first was a tiny fist punching the air and the edge of a blanket covered in little blue clouds. They waved at me over the low hedge that passed for a property line. "Hey, neighbor," the guy said, breathless from hauling boxes. "We're next door now. Sorry ahead of time if she cries a lot. We're still figuring it out." He said it like a joke, a normal joke from a new dad. I forced a smile. "No worries," I said. "I've had kids. I get it." He grinned, relieved. Good. Good. We're on your side of the walls, so if we're too loud, just bang or text or whatever. He meant it nicely. A friendly little agreement between people who shared a strip of drywall. That afternoon, I listened to the thumps and scrapes of furniture being wrestled into place on the other side. Laughter. Muffled arguments about where the couch should go. The high, irregular wail of the baby when she woke up. Every sound bounced down the studs and came into my living room a little softened, like it had been run through a filter. By evening, things had quieted. A TV came on over there, then off. A toilet flushed. Cabinet doors opened and shut. Normal house music. The first night, around 1 a.m., the baby started crying for real. Newborn crying is different than the sound toddlers make when they want something. It's smaller and bigger at the same time. Smaller because their lungs are tiny. Bigger because they put everything they are into it, through the wall. It came as a thin, aching wail. It went up and down. No rhythm, just need. Short breaths, then longer ones. No words, just sound. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to them stumble around trying to soothe her. Footsteps, the creak of their own bed. Maybe a low voice, probably the mom's, "Shh, shh, it's okay, baby, it's okay." Eventually, the The crying tapered into hiccupy little gasps, then stopped. The house settled again. I did not sleep much, but I told myself it was fine. It was normal. Babies cry. That's what they do. The second night. It was closer to 2 a.m. Same pattern. Crying through the wall. Voices. Footsteps. I rolled over, pushed the extra pillow over my ears, told myself this would just be a few weeks, maybe a couple of months. They'd figure out a routine. Babies grow. By the end of the first week, it felt like some kind of cosmic joke, because it wasn't just their baby. My brain is not a clean chalkboard. It doesn't hear something and file it away neatly. It overlays. It mixes tracks. The new baby's cries came with their own texture, the vibration of drywall, the slightly higher pitch, the particular echo of that side of the house, but layered under it, in a way I couldn't fully separate, were older sounds. The tape from the baby monitor, Lily's cry, the static, sometimes. In the middle of a long cry, the pitch would shift in my memory, just a hair, and for a heartbeat I'd swear it was her. Not the baby next door, my baby. Her little body arched in a crib I'd never see again, her cheeks red, tears making tracks into her hair, and under that, quieter but always there, the sentence that had never let me go, "You don't understand how loud it is." His voice, my roommate, the man the state now thought was safe to let out. Their baby would cry, and somewhere in the back of my skull, his words would rise up and sit beside it like a sick chorus. I'd lie in bed with my heart racing, palms sweating, the urge to do something crawling up my spine like ants. Everything the therapist had said about hypervigilance, about triggers, came back. That's not him. I'd tell myself, that's a kid. That's a baby being a baby. Her parents are trying. I believed all that. It didn't change what my nerves were doing. One night, a Friday, the crying started early and didn't stop. I'd had a bad day at work. A shelf collapsed in the back room, and I'd spent an hour on my knees picking cans off the floor, while my boss made jokes about Friday the 13th luck because the date amused him. The email about the parole hearing outcome had arrived a few days before, and I'd been using up all my energy not thinking about it. By the time I made it home, my skull felt too small for my thoughts. I tried to knock myself out. TV louder than usual, 2 beers instead of 1. Dinner I barely tasted. I went to bed around midnight just because I didn't know what else to do. Sleep came in thin, shallow waves. Every time I started to drift, some part of me would jerk awake, checking for danger. A little after 3 a.m., the baby next door started screaming. Not fussing, not that half-asleep crying that fades out. Full-throated, desperate wailing. The kind that says diaper problems or fever or new teeth, or just the unfairness of being a person who can't articulate what hurts. She went on, and on, and on. I could hear someone pacing on their side, a voice murmuring, then another. I heard the squeak of their rocking chair, 5 squeaks, then a pause, then 5 more. Every sound mapped itself into my house like a second set of organs. I stared at the digital clock, 3:07, 3:13, 3:19. My heart was pounding. My hands were shaking slightly on top of the blanket. She's fine, I whispered to myself. They're taking care of her. This is normal. This is just life. It's not your job. It's not. You don't understand how loud it is. His voice slid in between my thoughts. Uninvited, I squeezed my eyes shut, saw the hallway, the dent in the wall, the bone shard on the sheet, on the other side of the wall. The baby's cries spiked higher, then dipped into that breathless, rasping place that always made my stomach lurch. You don't understand how loud it is. I heard myself mutter. I wasn't saying it to anyone, just letting the words leak out. The way he had in the basement. The same sentence. Slightly different emphasis. It didn't matter. It was his. I threw the blanket off and swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floor was cold under my feet. The hallway seemed smaller than usual. The night lights glow weaker. I walked past the bathroom, past the closet, toward the door out to the garage without fully deciding to. It was like my body had decided the thing that needed to be done was not on this side of the house. It was on the other side of the wall. And between me and that was a single door and a whole lot of memories. The garage door groaned when I yanked it open. The air in there smelled like dust, old oil, cardboard, and the faint, sour hint of something that had leaked and dried on the concrete long ago. I snapped the overhead light on. It flickered twice and then held. The clutter sprang into view, lawn chairs folded against the wall, a rake with a broken tine, a pile of boxes I'd never unpacked, the workbench with its scattered tools. The hammer lay near the edge, where I'd left it after half repairing a loose cabinet months earlier. Wooden handle, metal head, scarred from years of nails and the occasional misjudged swing. My hand closed around it before I really thought about why. I'm not doing anything. I told myself, it's just in case. In case I need to fix something. In case they need help. Help with what? Exactly. Their crying baby, their walls. The hammer was heavier than I remembered, solid in my grip, uncomplicated. The baby kept screaming. I walked back into the house with the hammer hanging at my side. The hallway light cast my shadow long and thin on the floor. The hammer's outline exaggerated, ridiculous, at the spot where my bedroom wall butted up against the shared wall with the neighbors. I stopped. I could feel the vibrations, not just hear the cries through drywall, but feel the subtle tremor in the studs when she hit a certain pitch. The parents' voices were a murmur under it. Useless. I looked at the wall. White paint. A couple of scuff marks where furniture had bumped it. Nothing else. On the other side, there was probably a dresser, a crib, a nightstand with a half-empty bottle, a life I did not belong in. My fingers tightened around the hammer handle. A picture bloomed in my head, uninvited, vivid. I saw myself lifting the hammer and slamming it into the wall, not to hurt anybody. My brain insisted, just to make a point, to send a message through the studs. Hey, it's 3 a.m. Get control of your kid. People live on the other side of this. But my body didn't believe that. Because the pose me standing in a narrow hallway, arm raised, weapon in hand felt too close to something else I'd been forced to imagine in that evidence room. A man in a house with a crying baby. A man whose solution to the problem was to make something hit something until the noise stopped. The light over my head buzzed softly. My breath came shallow. The hammer's weight dragged at my arm like gravity was stronger in that one spot. You don't understand how loud it is. I found myself whispering, not to the neighbors, not to the therapist, not to the judge or the jury or the email notification, to the wall. exactly the way he had said it. Almost the same cadence. Same idea someone else didn't get what living with that sound does to you. I heard it leave my mouth and hated myself in the same instant. The baby wailed. The house held its breath. I looked down at my hand, at the hammer, at the pale knuckles, at the wall in front of me, at the thin line between thinking something and doing it. I let go. The hammer slipped out of my fingers and fell. It hit the laminate floor head first with a sharp metallic crack, bounced once, then again, the handle smacking down a third time. Clang, clack, clunk. 3 quick impacts. The sound rang down the hallway, bounced off the doors, echoed into the living room. The baby's cry stuttered for a second, then resumed. Quieter now, like she'd startled herself. My heart hammered in my chest in the same 3-beat pattern, but there was something else braided in a cold, clear rope of horror. Not at them, at me, at how easy it had been to walk into the garage, pick up a tool, and imagine using it not just on nails and boards, but on the thin divide between me and a sound I didn't want to hear. At how naturally the words, "You don't understand how loud it is," had come out of my mouth, like they'd been waiting there. The hammer lay on the floor. The handle pointed toward me, the metal head leaving a crescent moon of scuff where it had landed. For a second, I thought, that's what I didn't have that night. Something loud enough to break the pattern, something to startle me awake before it was too late. The clatter of the hammer had done that now. It sounded like a warning, echoing in the empty space between the baby's cries. You are standing where he stood. You are thinking like he thought. You drop this, or you don't come back from it. I bent down slowly, picked the hammer up by the very end of the handle like it was something filthy, and carried it back to the garage. This time, when I put it on the workbench, I shoved it deep into the back corner, under a box of rusted screws and a basket of old extension cords. I turned off the overhead light and closed the door, making sure the latch caught. Back in bed, I lay awake until dawn, listening to the baby next door finally wear herself out. The parents' footsteps slow, the house creak and sigh back into its own version of quiet. The words "you don't understand how loud it is" still circled in my head, but now they had a second voice attached. Mine. 6.3. Voices in static. But the TV is off. After the night with the hammer, I stopped trusting myself in a way I hadn't even stopped trusting strangers. I'd always told myself the danger lived outside of me, in men like Mark, in basements and bad nights and flares of violence you can point at and say that was the moment. Standing in my own hallway with a hammer in my hand and his sentence in my mouth, took that comfort and snapped it clean in half. The next morning, I did what I could to child-proof a house that had no children. I went into the garage and took every tool that could be used for more than tightening a screw hammers, wrenches, crowbar, even the heavy Maglite flashlight, and shoved them into a plastic tote, the kind with yellow latches and a lid that snaps down hard. I carried it all the way into the backyard, my breath fogging in the cold, and wedged it behind a stack of broken pavers and a rusting lawnmower. I threw a tarp over the whole mess and weighted it with a cinder block. Then I went back inside, locked the door to the garage, and hung the key on a nail inside the pantry, behind a row of soup cans. I had to reach past dented chicken noodle and generic tomato to even brush it with my fingers. It was a pathetic system, really. Anyone else could have found the key in 30 seconds, but it put one more step between me and doing something I couldn't undo. and that felt like the difference between the edge of the roof and the air. The sounds didn't care about my new boundary. If anything, they seemed encouraged. The knocks in the walls didn't stop. They just got creative. When I ignored the 3 taps above the headboard, they moved to the closet. When I pretended those were just hangers shifting, they migrated out of the wall into the plumbing. I'd be brushing my teeth and hear a series of evenly spaced knocks inside the bathroom pipes. Not the irregular clank of old metal expanding, but 3 precise hits, just out of sync with the thrum of the water heater. Bitch, bitch, bitch. If I turned the water off, they'd pause, then pick up somewhere else. In the kitchen vent, a faint tapping like someone running their fingernails along the metal duct. Under the bed, a soft but unmistakable bump just as I started to drift off, enough to jar me back to full consciousness. The therapist would have called it escalation. The brain, when ignored, raising its voice. I started to feel like the house was playing whack-a-mole with me and I was the mallet. Eventually, I went back to an old habit I'd used in other apartments, other nights. Before I'd admitted any of this out loud, I decided to record it. There's something reassuring about the idea of evidence. If you can capture it, replay it, analyze it, then it's real, or it's not. Either way, you're not just drowning in your own perception. I didn't own any fancy equipment, just my phone, a cheap Android with a cracked screen and a generic voice recorder app I'd used before to remind myself of grocery lists and shift changes. One Sunday night, when the neighbor's baby had had a relatively quiet evening, I opened the app and hit New File. The red dot lit up. A thin bar on the screen pulsed with my breathing. I set the phone on the hallway floor, not on the nightstand, not under my pillow. Right in the middle of the thin strip of laminate that ran between my bedroom and the living room, halfway between the shared wall and the rest of the house, a neutral zone. The screen timed out and went dark, but a tiny red LED near the earpiece stayed on, proof that it was still listening. It looked like a miniature version of the baby monitor light. I tried not to think about that. I stepped around it carefully and went to bed. For once, I didn't leave the TV on. I wanted the recording to catch the house, not a late-night laugh track. The silence pressed in on me, too thick, but I made myself lie there and breathe through it. I slept badly. Dreams full of half-heard conversations, doors that didn't close all the way, staircases that led nowhere. At some point, the neighbor's baby cried for a bit, then stopped. At some point, pipes ticked. Something thumped. The fridge cycled. In the morning, the phone lay exactly where I'd left it, face down on the floor. The red LED was off. The app showed a file length of just over 7 hours. I sat at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee and a knot in my stomach and hit play. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Hiss. Not as harsh as the old baby monitor static, but a constant, low bed of noise from the cheap mic. Every little thing the house did at night came through the air kicking on. The heater fan whirring, the minimal traffic outside, the occasional plane droning miles overhead. My own movements featured in there, too. The creak of the mattress as I turned. A cough. The soft shuffle of my feet on the way to the bathroom around 3 in the morning. You don't realize how much noise you make sleeping until you hear it from the outside. For the first half hour or so, I fast-forwarded in big chunks, listening to 10-second samples here and there. Nothing but domestic white noise. I slowed down when I hit the timestamp that would have been around 2 a.m. Just in case. That was when the crying started. It came into the recording gradually, a faint sound under the hiss, then clearer, the neighbor's baby. Unmistakable once you know what to listen for. Even through the phone mic and the wall, the texture of it was sharp enough to pinch. I paused, backed up 5 seconds, played it again. Not my memory, not my guilt, just reality, a small human being upset on the other side of a shared structure. Then, under her crying, something else. At first, I thought it was just the volume leveling the app does, the way it brings up everything when it detects sustained sound. But the more I listened, the more I could hear a separate thread, a voice, tiny. At first, like it had been laid down on the track and then erased badly, male, low, trying to stay under the radar. I turned the volume up, plugged in headphones. The cheap plastic buzzed against my skull. "You just have to push through," it said. I froze. The baby kept crying. The hiss stayed constant. The voice was not talking to her, not directly. It had that tone people use when they're trying to convince themselves as much as whoever they're addressing. "You just have to push through," it said again, a little clearer. "It'll be quiet. It'll be quiet. It'll be quiet." The words blurred on the third repetition, the consonants smearing into the static. It sounded like he was pacing, or maybe rocking. The mic picking up the rhythm of movement in the shape of the sound. It wasn't a full conversation. Not really. More like fragments of one side of a phone call with no other party. Half sentences bubbled up out of the noise. Can't think with it like this. No one understands how loud it gets. Just need it to stop. Make it stop. Hearing that phrase in my own hallway in the middle of a recording, I'd made something cold run down my spine in a single sheet. Make it stop. Not just from his mouth this time. Not just from court transcripts or detective summaries. Because in between those muttered lines, there was another voice. My own. I didn't want to admit it at first. Who wants to recognize themselves in something like that? But the cadence was mine. The flat Midwestern vowels, the little hitch I get before certain words. In the recording, you could hear it say, quietly, like a man talking to his ceiling, "I just need it to be quiet." That was me. I remembered that part. I'd whispered something like that into my pillow more nights than I could count. But then, right afterward, layered so closely with his words, it was hard to tell where one ended and the other started, came another line. "You don't understand how loud it..." My voice, cut off mid-sentence, or his, or both. I scrubbed back and forth over that section 6 times, trying to separate the strands. Sometimes it sounded like I was echoing him. Sometimes it sounded like he was echoing me. Sometimes it sounded like we were speaking in unison. A chorus of two men in different rooms, in different years, connected by a crying child and thin walls. The rational part of my brain stepped in, desperate for an out. "You probably talked in your sleep," it said. "You've been obsessed with that phrase for decades. Of course it would come out if you left a recorder running." And the other voice, just pareidolia. Your brain finding patterns in noise. People hear messages in static all the time. Ghost hunters build whole careers on it. I almost convinced myself. Then I got to the end of the file. Most recording apps put a little spike on the timeline where the loudest sounds are peaks, where you've coughed or dropped the phone or slammed a door. Skimming through, I saw a big one near the end, at around the 7-hour mark, just before the recording stopped. I dragged the slider there and pressed play. For a moment, nothing. No crying now. The neighbor's baby must have finally exhausted herself. Just the low hiss, the occasional tick of the house. I could hear my own breathing, slow and heavy. I was probably starting to wake up. Then, over everything else, a voice, not half whispered, not buried. Clear, close to the mic. They let me out. It said, 4 words, calm, almost conversational. The tone you'd use to tell someone the rain had finally stopped. My first thought was that it was a radio, a TV, some late-night show bleeding through the wall, maybe an actor in a prison movie, maybe some commentator talking about parole statistics. I checked the timestamp. The app showed the recording had started Sunday night at 11:02 p.m. and ended Monday morning at 6:08 a.m. The peak, those 4 words, set just a few minutes before the end. Around 6, I stared at the phone for a long time before I backed out of the audio and into the file details. Metadata, date created, duration, then, on impulse, I grabbed my laptop, opened my email, and checked the victim notification again. The parole email, the one with approved, and the projected release date and the facility name had come in on Tuesday afternoon, one day after that recording. They let me out, the voice had said, in my hallway, into my phone. Before any bureaucrat had hit send on the notification that my children's killer had been granted parole. For a second, a ridiculous thought flashed through my head. Maybe the system glitched. Maybe the parole board made the decision earlier and the email lagged. Paperwork before pixels. Decisions before notifications. But even if that were true, it didn't explain the pronoun. They let me out. Not him. Not the inmate. Not Mark. Me. Not said in my voice. Not in any voice I recognized as mine. Lower. Rougher. With a scrape in the throat that made me think of cigarettes and concrete and long, echoing corridors. I listened to that last line a dozen times. They let me out. They let me out. They let me out. Each time, it sounded less like a statement and more like a warning. Not just about a gate opening 3 hours up the interstate, but about something else sliding loose. Out of a cell, out of a house, out of a wall, out of whatever thin boundary had been keeping it from sitting down next to me at my own kitchen table and clearing its throat. 7.1. Writing this with every light. On right now. As I'm typing this, every light in this house is on. The overhead in the kitchen, the lamp in the living room, the little fixture above the sink that does nothing but throw a weak yellow cone on the faucet. It's all lit up. The hallway bulbs, the bathroom fan light. I forgot to turn off. Even the porch light. From the street, this place probably looks like I'm hosting a party for people who never show up. The TV is on, but the volume is all the way down. It's playing some rerun on a loop laugh tracks, people gesturing, faces moving through arguments I can't hear. I keep it on mute because I can't stand the jump cuts. The spaces in between scenes are where the real sounds get in. The laptop in front of me is hot enough that my wrists sweat where they rest on the plastic. The fan inside it whines a little. That high electronic pitch like a bug trapped behind glass. The keys click under my fingers. each letter a tiny tap in the quiet I keep pretending isn't quiet. Here's the rest of the soundscape, in case the person reading this out loud to you wants to know exactly what it feels like to be me. Right now, the fridge is humming. It's an old one, came with the house, and when the compressor kicks on, it vibrates just enough to rattle the magnets. I can hear the faint plasticky tick-tick of a souvenir bottle opener as it knocks against the freezer door. There's a clock on the wall over the sink. It's cheap, battery-powered, a Walmart special with fake brushed metal around the face. Every second it makes a soft, dry tick. It's not loud, but it's steady, a little bone tap marking time. Outside, every so often, a car goes by on the main road 2 blocks over. You don't hear the engine so much as the tires, a low rushing sound as they pass the intersection, a little wet hiss when they hit the patch where the city never fixed the drainage right. Wind pushes against the front of the house in slow breaths. There's a draft under the door I've never fully sealed. When the gusts line up just right, air slips through the gap and makes a long, soft note in the entryway, like someone blowing across the mouth of a bottle, somewhere under all of that. One of the vents in the hallway makes a tiny metal click every couple of minutes, like it's adjusting to some temperature I never set. Every noise in here has a name, a source, a diagram you could draw if you cared enough. I tell myself that. I list them out. Fridge, clock, cars, wind, vent. It sounds almost normal when you say it that way. The problem is what happens in the spaces between them, because there are moments, thin slivers of silence that sneak in between all these little domestic sounds. Times when the fridge has just shut off, and the heater hasn't kicked on yet, and no car is passing, and the wind decides to take a breath. Those are the moments when the house feels like it's holding its lungs. Nickel-thin gaps where everything seems to pause, all at once. The hum drops. The ticks line up in such a way that there's nothing between them. The background noise of the universe cuts out. If you ever want to know what it feels like to have your life rearranged by sound, you don't listen to the screams. You listen to those gaps, because that's when every part of you leans forward, waiting to see what's going to fill it. I'd love to sit here and tell you that what's been happening to me is definitely something supernatural, that there's a man-shaped thing crawling around in my walls, that my children's voices are trapped in old copper and insulation, bleeding through when the wind hits right, that the recording on my phone is haunted. I'd also love to be able to tell you it's all in my head, that this is nothing but PTSD and a brain that got rewired by grief and cheap plastic electronics in the late 90s, that I'm just a guy whose neurons are misfiring around a trauma loop, and what I really need is medication and better sleep hygiene. The truth is, I don't know which version scares me more, because whether it's a ghost or brain damage, the result is the same. I am living in a house where any tiny click might be the sound of a skull tapping drywall. Any hiss might be a baby monitor catching its breath. Any 3 knocks could be a message from the past or from my own worst tendencies. Either way, I don't get the luxury of pretending it's just pipes. You, whoever you are, wherever you are when you're hearing this, probably have your own soundscape going right now. You're probably listening to this in your car, parked under some streetlight, the dash glowing, your AC fan humming at that particular volume where it almost hides the narrator's voice but not quite. Or you're in your bed, phone on the nightstand or on your chest, headphones in, the rest of the room dark. You can hear your own house breathing, fridge in the kitchen, someone upstairs walking around, the distant whir of traffic. Or you're at your kitchen table, plate in front of you, sink behind you. This story playing on a Bluetooth speaker that sometimes cuts out for half a beat and makes you wonder if that silence was part of the recording or just your connection dropping. That's why I chose this kind of channel to send this to, because you already know what it feels like to sit in ordinary spaces and invite horror in through a speaker. You're the sort of person who can hear a story about a basement 3 states away and still check under your own bed. You know the difference between a movie that tries too hard and the kind of story that sneaks into the quiet parts of your day and lives there. I'm not telling this to cops anymore. They've heard all they need to. I'm not telling it to a therapist in an office with a white noise machine in the corner trying to drown out other people's sessions. I'm telling it to you because you don't know my face, but you know the feeling of 2 in the morning when the TV's off and the house is too still. You know that little chill at the base of your skull when a floorboard pops in the other room. You know how fast your heart can go from 0 to sprint when something knocks exactly 3 times and then stops. I'm not saying I'm sane, I'm not saying I'm crazy. I'm just saying this is what's happening in this house while you're listening, wherever you are, right now. As I hit the spacebar and watch the cursor blink, there's a tiny buzzing in the kitchen light above my head. The fluorescent tube is old. Sometimes it flickers. Every time it does, for that fraction of a second. I'm back in that bar on Friday the 13th when the power hiccuped and our monitor at home died for a breath. My fingers pause over the keys. The laptop fan shifts up a pitch, like it's straining. The clock ticks. The fridge hums. Then there's that drop again. That held breath. Nothing. And that nothing is worse than any stomp, any slam. It's empty space just big enough to fit a voice you don't want to hear. You might be thinking, listening to this, that a lot of what I've described could be explained. Phones glitch, apps mess with timestamps, static plays tricks. People talk in their sleep and say things they've been obsessing over. Houses settle, pipes bang, neighbors are loud. I've thought all that, Mom, too. I've clung to it. Actually, if I tell myself this is just trauma, then at least the thing I'm dealing with is inside my own skull. Doctors can put names on that. Insurance has codes for it. There are pamphlets. There are meds. There's a damaged organ you can point to and say, here. The problem is here. If I admit this might be something else, something that learned the shape of his sentence and the frequency of my daughter's cry, and decided it likes them, that's a different kind of nightmare. Here's the worst part, even if it is all in my head. The consequences outside of it are real. I still walked into my hallway with a hammer in my hand. I still stood there, one thin layer of drywall away from a baby that wasn't mine, whispering his excuse under my breath. I still heard my own voice on that recording, braiding itself with his, making the same ugly argument to the dark, whether anything supernatural is involved or not. Something in this house is good at taking sound and using it to push people toward the edge. And now I'm sitting here feeding it more. Because this isn't just my story while it sits in my outbox. It becomes something else once I hit send. Once someone at this channel opens it. Once some producer or narrator reads the first line and decides it'll make good content for October or for any other night when people want to be scared in safe places. It becomes your sound, too. Before I paste this into an email draft and send it off to whatever inbox they have listed for story submissions, there's one more thing I need to tell you. It's about that recording. After I listened to that file on my phone after I heard the "they let me out" part and realized it had been captured before the official email, I did something I probably shouldn't have. I wanted to see if I'd imagined it. So I plugged the phone into the little Bluetooth speaker I keep on the counter. Not the TV, not the laptop. Just that cheap cylinder with a mesh grill and a blue light that looks like an eye when it connects. I sat at this same table, in this same chair, and hit play. The hiss filled the room, louder than it had in my headphones. The house sounds layered over the current house sounds, making the present double up on itself. My own sleeping breaths came back to me from a night earlier. The neighbor's baby cried from the past, while the real house next door stayed quiet. The muttered phrases were all there, too. You just have to push through. It'll be quiet. Make it stop. And then, near the end, the line I'd been fixated on, they let me out. Same scrape in the throat, same calm tone, same wrongness. But there was something else this time. A small gap after that. Just a heartbeat of silence where the phone recording and the room's acoustics lined up. And in that gap, through the speaker, over my own clattering pulse, another voice rode in, lower, closer, like someone leaning right up to the mic, close enough that you'd hear their breath if they had any. They'll hear it too, it said. 4 words. Not on the waveform when I scrubbed through it on the computer later. Not in the file when I uploaded it and played it back in a different app. Not in the metadata. Not in the spectrogram a tech-savvy friend helped me pull up weeks ago. But in that one playback, in this house, through that speaker, with me sitting a few feet away and not yet having written this story. I heard it. They'll hear it too. You, in other words, 7.2, where he might be now, and where he definitely is after that recording and the line through the speaker. They'll hear it too, and I did what any idiot with an internet connection and too much time in the dark does. I went looking for him. Not in person. Not yet. I'm not that far gone. But once you know someone like Mark has been let out of a place that was supposed to hold him until he died, it's hard not to try and see where the fence ends. The email from the state gave me his inmate number, his old name, the facility, the parole status, the release date. It did not give me what I really wanted, a forwarding address. It turns out the system is very interested in telling you when they let the monster out of the box, but not where they set it down afterward. First stop, local news. I typed his name into the search bar along with my state, my city, the word parole. The results were a mess. Old articles from the late 90s and early 2000s. Scans of yellowed front pages with headlines that might as well have been tattooed on my eyelids. A Dateline-style blog recap from some true crime site that got half the details wrong, but still used words like brutal and unthinkable. A couple of small year wrap-up pieces from the paper that mentioned his sentencing under notable trials. More recently, there were smaller things. A 2-paragraph blurb from 4 months ago about controversial parole decisions that listed him as one example, followed by a quote from some state official about trusting the process. A letter to the editor from someone I didn't know demanding to know why baby killers were ever eligible for release. Printed next to ads for used cars and a fundraiser bake sale, buried deeper. On one of those local websites that still looks like it was coded in 2003, I found a human interest story about successes in rehabilitation. There he was not named in full, but recognizable. M.A. A lifer who entered the system in his 20s and is now in his 60s. A man who completed anger management, substance abuse programs, and peer counseling. A man who expressed deep remorse and mentors younger inmates on managing stress. They'd put his quote in italics. I have learned that there are always other ways to handle frustration. It said, you do not have to react to every noise. If you heard someone else say that, maybe it would sound wise. Coming from him. It read like a lie he'd practiced in a mirror until even he believed it. I tried the Department of Corrections website next. They have an offender search page, like a bad joke. You type in a name, a number, and it spits out status incarcerated, discharged, paroled. For some people, there's a little line with the county they're supervised in. For others, there's nothing but supervision status active. For Mark, the page told me what I already knew. Custody paroled. Facility North Ridge Correctional Center. Released. Supervision. Active. Under residence. There was a single word. Redacted. I called the victim liaison number in the email. Just once. On a lunch break. My food got cold while I listened to hold music and a recorded voice thanking me for my patience. When a real person finally picked up, their tone was careful, trained. They told me they understood my concern and validated my feelings. They confirmed that he was under supervision, subject to restrictions, forbidden from contacting me. "Where is he?" I asked. "I can't tell you that." They said, "For his safety." I almost laughed. For his safety. They gave me the usual script if he contacted me. I should call immediately. If I saw him near my property, I should call immediately. If I felt unsafe, I should call immediately. Always after the fact. Always reactive. No information that would let me preempt anything. "Is he in this county?" I asked. Silence. "Then I can't say." So that's where the official trail ended. From there, it's all guessing games. Maybe he's in a halfway house somewhere near the interstate, in a squat brick building with barred windows and a bed that still feels like a cell. Eating cafeteria food, going to mandatory meetings, learning how to stand in a grocery store aisle again without freaking out. Maybe he's in some other city, some other suburb just like this one. New name, new ID, new set of lies for a landlord who doesn't ask too many questions because the rent check clears on time. The kind of place where a neighbor might say, he keeps to himself, but he's polite. Maybe he's working a normal job somewhere, punching a time clock, nodding along to small talk about gas prices and football scores. Maybe he stands in a warehouse break room at some other Walmart, listening to the microwave beep and the fridge hum, and tells people he messed up when he was younger, in a way that makes it sound like a bar fight instead of what it was. Maybe you've passed him already, in a line at a Dollar General, at a rest stop off the highway, in front of you ordering coffee, hands trembling just enough to make the change rattle in the tip jar. You wouldn't know. Not unless you've spent years studying the shape of his face through blurred photocopies and newsprint. The rational side of me knows the odds that he's on your street or in your city are low. There are a lot of places to disappear in this country, especially if the system is actively helping you blend in. But here's the thing. I can't shake even if his body is sitting on some anonymous couch in some anonymous apartment in a town you've never heard of. He isn't just a body anymore. That one sentence you don't understand how loud it is has been living in my head for decades. It's rooted down past the level of words, into reflex. The therapist once said something that stuck with me. In one of those sessions where I was pretending the white noise machine in the corner wasn't driving me crazy. Trauma lives in the body, he said, tapping 2 fingers against his chest. Not just in your thoughts. It shapes how you move, how you breathe, how you pay attention. It also lives in how you hear the world. At the time, I thought he was just saying it because it sounded good. A line from some journal article, but he wasn't wrong. Because after that night, the whole sound system of my life got rewired. A baby's cry isn't just a baby's cry anymore. It's a potential trigger, a countdown, a memory trying to play itself again. The 3 knocks your neighbor makes hanging a picture don't just mean new art. They mean impact pattern. They mean this is how many it took. The thud of someone dropping something upstairs becomes the echo of a head hitting the floor. Whole categories of noise got relabeled in my head. Safe sounds like the fridge, the TV. The hum of traffic came thin blankets I throw over the real stuff. Unsafe sounds are anything that breaks that blanket in the wrong rhythm. And his sentence, the excuse he used, the justification he clung to became the script that tries to run in the background every time life gets loud. You don't understand how loud it is. At first, it was just him, just his voice on a tape, in a courtroom, in police notes. Then it started slipping into mine. I caught myself thinking it about the neighbor's music, the kids down the street playing basketball at midnight, the garbage truck clanging in the alley at 5 a.m. Now, apparently, it's in the recording, in the static, in the places where my voice and his overlap. And when I sent this story to the channel, when I sat here under these buzzing lights and hit attach and send, I did something I can't undo. I put that sentence in your ears, not because I want to, not because I think it deserves to live beyond him, but because it's part of the truth. And leaving it out would be like cropping the monster's hands out of the photo and pretending that makes the picture safer. So here we are. You're listening to this maybe in your car after a late shift. Your back aching, your eyes grainy, engine ticking as it cools. Maybe in your bed, using this video as background noise so the silence doesn't feel so big. Maybe at your kitchen table, plate pushed aside, phone propped up against a salt shaker, while the narrator's voice fills up the space where someone else should be sitting. You're hearing about a man you'll never meet, a house you'll never enter, a hallway you'll only ever see in your mind. You're hearing a sentence that was born in a basement under the worst night of my life. And I need you to understand something. I don't know where Mark is right now. He could be 3 hours from me or 3 states from you. He could be living under a new name in a town that thinks of him as the quiet guy who always pays rent. He could be sweeping a factory floor, stocking shelves, washing dishes, sitting in the back row at some church, nodding along to hymns about forgiveness. He might live his entire parole period without ever coming within 100 miles of you. Statistically, that's probably the case. But there is one place I know, with absolute certainty, that he already is. He's in the way. I flinch when a baby starts crying in the apartment next door. He's in the way my hand tightened around that hammer. He's in the way my brain tries to make my suffering other people's fault. Like noise is an attack instead of just sound. And now, if we're being honest, he might be in you, too. Not as a ghost in your house. Not as some teleporting murderer in your neighborhood. As a thought. So here's the twist you might not want if, some night, you're lying in bed and the neighbor's infant starts up again through the thin wall, and the crying hits that pitch that makes your molars ache, and you find yourself staring at the ceiling, muscles locked, thinking, I can't stand this. I can't think. You don't understand how loud it is if you're in your crappy apartment with thin floors, and the guy upstairs is stomping around at 2 a.m. And your first impulse isn't just annoyance, but something hotter. Something that makes you imagine banging on the ceiling until your arm hurts. And that sentence flickers through your head like a subtitle if you're in your car at a red light, windows up, and the kids in the back seat of the minivan next to you are losing their minds. And for just a second, Your grip tightens on the wheel and you think, someone needs to make that stop, then. Maybe Mark never needed the Department of Corrections to let him out. Maybe he's been leaking through static and stories and late-night recordings this whole time, moving from one person's patience to another's. Maybe he doesn't want your body at all. Maybe all he ever needed was for you to borrow his sentence in your own voice. Just once, in the dark. 7.3. The last knock you might hear too. It is almost 3 in the morning as I type this part. The laptop under my hands feels like a small space heater, the plastic warm against the base of my palms. The keys are a little sticky from years of coffee and cheap dinners, but they still register every letter. The cursor on the screen blinks in that flat, patient way, like it has all the time in the world. I do not. The lights are still all on. Kitchen, hallway, living room, porch. The bulb over the sink is starting to buzz louder. A faint, high-pitched whine that worms into the back of my skull. The TV on the opposite wall glows with some late-night infomercial I can't hear. Men with 2 white teeth waving blenders and miracle knives in silence. Under all that, the house is doing its regular late-hour routine. The fridge is humming in the corner. Vibration running down into the floor, up into the table legs, inside. The compressor clicks on and off as it decides what temperature milk deserves at 2:53 am. The heater has been cycling more now that the nights are colder. It kicks in with a click from the thermostat, then a low whir from the unit in the closet. Then the ducts groan as warm air pushes through them. You can hear it move through the guts of the place if you pay attention. The clock over the sink ticks, each second a small bone tap in the quiet. Outside, a single car goes by now and then. You hear it as a long, low rush, tires hissing over the road past the stop sign at the corner. Someone's muffler rattles longer than it should. The noise grows, peaks, fades. All of this is normal, boring. The kind of soundscape you live inside without ever really noticing, unless something has taught you to pay attention. That's where I'm at now, ears wired to jump at every change. Because in between those hums and ticks and rattles are the little dead zones, the moments when everything, by sheer accident, lines up and shuts off at the same time. You know what I mean. Even if you've never thought about it. You're sitting there and suddenly realize it's really quiet. The AC is between cycles. The fridge is resting. No cars are passing. The neighbor upstairs has stopped walking back and forth. The show you're watching cuts to black before the next scene. For 2-3 seconds, the world seems to lean in. That just happened here. I didn't notice it until it was already happening. 1 second. The fridge was humming. The heater was blowing. The clock was ticking. The next, it was like the house swallowed its own noise. The fridge cut off mid-hum. The heater clicked off and stayed off. Even the tiny buzz in the kitchen light seemed to drop, like someone had turned a dimmer inside my ears. Not total silence, there's no such thing in a place like this, but close enough that my own breathing felt too loud, in that thin little gap. When it sounded like someone had muted the whole building, I heard it. 3 knocks on the wall behind me. Not on the front door, not from the floorboards. On the wall I am sitting with my back to right now. The wall that, if you could see through it, would show you nothing but studs and insulation and, on the other side, the neighbor's hallway and whatever they kept there. 3 knocks, not loud, not frantic, deliberate. Bitch, bitch, bitch. They came from just about the height Tyler's head would have been when he was 5, if he'd stood there and leaned his forehead against the drywall. My fingers froze on the keyboard. The cursor kept blinking at the end of an unfinished sentence. For a second, I couldn't move. Not because I thought that if I turned around I'd see anything. I don't expect shadow men or bloody handprints. It was worse than that. I was afraid that I'd turn and see exactly what should be there: a blank wall, fresh paint, a scuff mark. Nothing. Because the idea that the knocks are real is one kind of horror. The idea that they are only in my head, and that my body reacts to them like a dog to a whistle, is another. Before I could decide whether to look or not, another sound slipped in on the back of the last knock. A tiny, soft hiccup. Not the full edge of screaming noise of a baby starting to cry. Just a sharp little intake of breath. The sound a child makes when they've already cried themselves out, and their body is still trying to catch up. It was so small that if the fridge had still been running, I might not have heard it. If the heater had been blowing, it might have just been more air. But in that strange, naked quiet, it was clear. A single baby hiccup, right behind my chair. I did not turn around. Instead, I put my hands back on the keyboard and kept typing. That's the part I need you to understand. I am not writing this from some safe, clinical distance. This is not years later in a therapist's office, or a memoir I'm polishing from a cabin in the mountains. This is me, in this house, tonight, listening to things knock on my walls while I use my tired hands and this tired machine to shove the story out of me and into your speakers. By the time the guy who runs this channel is reading these words out loud, I don't know where I'll be. Maybe I'll still be in this chair, in this kitchen, under this buzzing light, fighting to keep the TV on mute and my fingers away from the pantry key with the garage behind it. Maybe I'll be standing in the hallway again, staring at the shared wall, trying to decide whether I'm a better man than I was a few nights ago or just more exhausted. Maybe I'll be somewhere you can't picture yet, somewhere with concrete floors and a long metal table, signing my name under a statement about how the banging in my house wasn't enough to count as insanity. Or maybe I'll just be in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to whatever sound my brain decides to weaponize next. Either way, you will be somewhere else. That's the one stable truth in this mess. You are not here. You are not in my house. You're in yours. So do something for me. For yourself, if that's easier to swallow. In a minute, when this story is over, or even right now, if the narrator has that kind of timing, lower the noise in whatever room you're in. If you're in your car, parked in some lot outside a 24-hour grocery store or your apartment complex, turn the engine off, let the fan wind down, turn the radio down to nothing. You'll still hear the occasional passing car, the tick of your cooling engine, maybe the distant hum of someone else's bass. If you're in your bed, reach out and turn the volume on this video down low enough that you can hear the room around it. Maybe leave it playing as a thin thread so the silence doesn't feel total. Pay attention to what's underneath the fridge in the kitchen, the plumbing in the wall, the upstairs neighbor's footsteps, the dog tags jingling in the next room. If you're at your kitchen table, pause the dishwater, switch off the exhaust fan, turn the TV off for just a second. Let your house sound like itself. Then listen. Not for a long time. I'm not telling you to sit there all night like I do, just long enough to notice what normal is for your place. The steady hums, the occasional creaks, the sounds you could walk through blindfolded because you've lived with them so long. They're part of how you know where you are. Then, if somewhere in that mix, you hear 3 knocks on a wall you thought was solid, on the ceiling above your headboard, under the floorboards, near the base of your bed, on the back of a closet you haven't opened in weeks. I want you to ask yourself one simple question. Have you always heard that in this house has your building always made that exact pattern, at that exact height, with that exact space between each hit? Has that rhythm always been part of the background track of your nights? Or does it feel, in the back of your mind, in that place where instincts live, like something new, something that didn't belong to your home until recently, until another house, another hallway, another man's excuse got pumped into your ears on a Thursday or a Friday when you were just trying to wind down? I can't answer that for you. I barely can for myself. What I can do is tell you what I've learned the hard way. I used to think he died in that prison a long time ago. I pictured him in a concrete box, aging out of his own violence, hair going gray under fluorescent lights, hands getting shaky, teeth going bad. I imagined him collapsing in some institutional bed, maybe in the middle of the night, maybe in the middle of a sentence, and the sound he made hitting the floor being no different than the sounds he'd made my kids' heads make years before. A closed loop. Poetic. If you're into that kind of justice. Now I think he's wherever someone is tired enough of a crying child to listen to what he said. He doesn't need to stand in your hallway. He doesn't need to sit at the bottom of your stairs. He doesn't need a cigarette or a basement or a baby monitor plugged into the wall. He just needs a person with too little sleep and too much noise, sitting in a room where everything suddenly goes quiet, thinking. You don't understand how loud it is, and feeling, for one ugly second, like that thought makes sense. He lives in that second. If your house ever gets too quiet tonight, don't knock back. Let the knocks be. Let the pipes clank, the walls settle, the neighbors stomp. Let the baby cry and the dog bark and the upstairs guy drop his weights on the floor like an inconsiderate idiot. You can curse. You can stuff a pillow over your head. You can get up and bang on their door during daylight hours like a normal pissed-off person. But when you're alone in the dark and the sound comes through the wall in a pattern you recognize, and some part of you feels the pull to respond, to answer, to send a message back through the plaster. Because whether you believe in ghosts or not, whether you think this whole story is a broken man's confession or some elaborate horror fiction you clicked on at midnight, there is one thing that does not care either way. Sound travels through pipes, through wires, through thin drywall and cheap speakers and old phone mics and the space between a storyteller's mouth and your ear. So when this video ends and the narrator's voice cuts off and your room snaps back to the sound of itself, and you find yourself straining to hear whether that faint hiss in the background is just your own house or something else riding the signal, that little shh you think might be the air vent, that thin staticky layer under the silence, like someone just barely has a finger on an old on switch. Just remember, it is not my baby monitor in my kitchen anymore. Whatever is leaking through the mic into this story is in your speakers now, your earbuds, your car, your room. Whether you knock or not is up to you.